Wow! And I'm live. This is my first live on this channel. This is exciting. This is really exciting. Um, I don't know why. I feel like there's this nervousness, but it's not a nervousness. This is my first live on this channel. I was gonna go live yesterday, but it takes 24 hours apparently after you activate an account, right? I wish I were a little bit more centered. Even though y'all don't need to see all that back there, I do kind of want to be in the middle a little bit. And so let's go. I have all 8 decks on the table right now. I'm just going to go through and I'm going to pull one card from each, and then I'm going to shut this down, right? Hopefully it's not too long. And I guess that's just to... I do want to be a little bit more intentional. One thing that I'm not the best at, unless I'm doing like a very specific sort of style of reading, is being intentional about what I'm doing. And usually my intention is just kind of sort of like whatever comes out, right? So I'm actually going to pull 2 cards from each deck. And the first card is just going to be Miyoshi. Hey, welcome. What's up? You are the first person to speak to me on this channel. I had to look at the icon and be like, I am on the right channel, right? Yeah, I am. So I'm just going to run through and I'm going to pull 1 card from each. And if these resonate, they resonate. If they don't resonate, they don't resonate. On this channel, I'm just going to, I guess, allow myself to be more unapologetic. Is that a word? Hey, Flower Child, may you ask a question? Sure. Yeah. I can give you an answer. Don't know if it'll be the correct answer, but sure, go for it. I'll use the Lenormands. All of the tarots are out of the rotation today. So it's going to be a not tarot, but hola, welcome. That gives me like 60s vibes. Or is it the 70s? I don't know. I wasn't alive. Very like... Maybe after this, maybe we'll go back to like a hippie type era where it's all about peace and love, you know? Like, yeah, it's like, you know, something like that. That would be really cool. Oh, what are the Cancer's feelings for me? I should have clarified. Okay. I'm going to put these all up right really quick, and then I will pull. They are? Okay. I was like, I thought I did these. I'll give you 2 cards. I'll try my best. I am typically not a huge like relationship type reader, but I will pull these and see what I get. Oh, there it is. I was like, where did I just put that? So for Flower Child, the Cancer. Who is this? Oh, that's Bree. The Cancer's feelings towards you. Flower Child. I'll give it 1 more of these, and then I'll give it 7. And I'll pull 1 from the top and 1 from the bottom. 7, 6. Okay, well, I got these 2. And then these all came out, so I'm just going to take those 2. Oh my gosh. See, every time I do that, every time I'm like, okay, I'm going to give these a certain number, and then all the cards want to come out. So 9 and 10 came out. Flowers in the Sun. I don't necessarily. Oh my gosh! And your flower child, and then the flowers card comes out. Um, I feel like there may be feelings there, but with this scythe card, I feel like the Cancer doesn't want for there to be. And I don't know if that's because he or she doesn't want actual feelings, or if I feel like there's just it's almost like there may be feelings there, but it's like they're trying to get over them for whatever reason. And then at the bottom of the deck is the book, the letter, and the writer. So I don't know if there was like I feel like this may be the energy of like things were never completely revealed or never fully said. Because like you go from the book to the letter, right? You basically get like a single page of what is the whole story. And with this writer, it almost feels like communication whenever there was communication, or if you ever did talk about your feelings or something like that, that it's just like maybe it didn't quite reach that depth. But with this scythe card, this is like a very, very quick sort of ending that someone is trying to put to something. And again, I'm not the best at like relationshipy type readings, so you may want to go somewhere where somebody is like better. But that's what I'm saying. Um, and for whatever reason, I guess it doesn't necessarily say like if the feelings are there or if the feelings aren't there. It's just like somebody trying to get over something as fast as they can for whatever reason. No problem. Hey, Miriam. Running could be running. And it could also be like, see, another reason why like somebody might run is like there may be things within themselves that they're not quite ready to delve into. Because sometimes it's the case that we call to a certain thing within somebody else. And if that person isn't ready to deal with whatever you're bringing up, either good or bad, right? You can be an amazing person and be in a relationship with someone, but since you are such an amazing person, then they kind of sort of have to dig into like, is this something that I deserve? Like, if this person knew this about me, they wouldn't like me. If they knew this, they wouldn't be with me. And so a lot of times instead of facing all of that, or even if someone is to face all of that, it's like some of that stuff they have to face alone. But for some people, it's like instead of facing all of that, instead of working through whatever they need to work through, it's easier for them to just like try to get rid of the feelings and then continue their life in that unhealed state. You know what I mean? So it could be that, right? It's not necessarily bad, but I just feel like there's a certain depth that that person never quite reached, potentially, you know, take it as it resonates. Ooh, and then the stars came out though, but I mean, I feel like your future is bright, kind of, sort of, regardless. Oh, Italian food. Yeah, the tiramisu. Oh my gosh, my brother. We were in the store the other day, and he asked me. He was like, "What is that?" I was like, "I've never had it, but I've had like a tiramisu flavor Kit Kat before, and it was amazing." um, I'll try to see if I can get something. Miriam, what job should you look for as a teenager with no prior experience? Well, what kind of work are you sort of like looking to do? You know what I mean? Like like fast food type work, like clerical maybe type work. Um, oh, two cards came out. The Crossroads and the Lady. with with the Lady and the Crossroads. Is it really that time of year already? I feel like those shouldn't be out yet. Um, As long as it's not McDonald's. Okay, got you. Probs food as long as it's not McDonald's. With the crossroads and the lady, I don't know how old you are or like how close you are to your adulthood, but with that crossroads and the lady, I feel like this is the energy of like maybe kind of sort of tapping into what you feel led to do in the future, or if there's a certain direction that you're interested in, now may be the time to try to get something like relevant ish in that area, right? So let's say you want to end up in like, but then as a teenager with little experience, it's like, well, there are people who can still get stuff. I don't know. It just feels like there's this energy of like opportunity beyond the opportunities that you may think are there. And there's also this energy of like, let's say that if college is a thing that's in the stars for you, or if college is a thing that you're doing, you're interested in the medical field. Okay, yes, I was actually going to say like, I was getting like hospital vibes, like nursing or something like that. But then I was like, well, like for a lot of that stuff, I think you have to be trained or you have to go through some type of training. But I also had a lot of friends growing up who did like the CPA, like CPA programs or nursing programs or something like that. So 16 and can drive. Hey, there you go. Yeah. You just want to, I mean, if you just want to get paid so you have money to spend, then I don't know. It's almost like I understand. Like trust me, believe me, I understand. Just wanting to get paid so you have some money in your pocket. But there's almost this energy of like think about it a little deeper, give it a little bit more thought. It's like if you're gonna get paid at a job, regardless, why not think of something that's a little bit more impactful, or think of something that may get you a little closer to something that you actually want to do, or to a place where you want to go. And I'm not exactly sure what that would be or where that would be, but I would say like think about it. And if it's just to get some money, like hospitals have like clerks and stuff, right? And that's like medical ish related. You know what I mean? But at the same time, I'm like, I don't know. Uh, but yeah, I would just say like give it a little bit deeper thought. Your internet was acting up. Yeah. And it's like, a lot of times if you call a place and if you ask, um, they may be able to help you out. Or if you have like temp agencies sort of in your area, you may be able to call around to different temp agencies and ask them like what's some of the different work that they typically get, right? And that could be another good way. I would actually, if you have a temp agency that's fairly close, I would call them and I would ask them what kind of work they sort of typically get and like, if you're going to be working over the summer, what that would look like for you. So try that out. Yeah, and that's another amazing resource right there. So yeah, but I'm definitely getting the vibes of like maybe give it a little bit of thought and don't necessarily just go for the first place hiring. Uh, but yeah, make sure you stuck. You missed the whole thing. Yeah, I actually started working when I was a teen, and I'm so glad I did. But I kind of sort of ended up developing this work ethic that is just like now it's interesting when you're younger versus when you're older or versus wherever you are. Because at first I was like, I'm gonna go in and I'm gonna work my hardest and do all this. But now I'm at the point where I'm like, if y'all want extra, y'all gotta pay extra. If y'all paying me entry level, y'all get entry level efforts. But anyway, yeah, that's what I got for you. Definitely talk to your guidance counselor. Definitely look into resources because I know there are some people who end up with opportunities that like you wouldn't even think to pursue. And you're like, what? You were doing that? And I was working at the place that I was working. Like, man, I wish I would have thought of that. You know what I mean? So you have resources there, use them. All right. So thank you, Flower Child and Miriam, for being my first sort of questions. The rest of this is just going to be whatever the cards come out. If you got a question and if it resonates to your situation, then hey, that's what you get. Because I'm already probably going to be on here for a while. I have 8 decks on the table, and I don't need to get through them, but you know. Yeah. Yo, watch the rest. Thank you. I mean, you don't have to. And if you dip out, it's fine. I can be very long winded. But, oh, I was going to pull a D8. Because I don't know what order I'm doing these in. And it's like, I need to finish building my major spreads. I need to finish. Hey, is that Arlie? Or Arlie? Hello and welcome. I'm actually not doing any more questions. I'm sorry. It was just 2 questions. I'm going to be running through a bunch of different decks. If you have a question that sort of falls within the realm of whatever the topic is, then feel free to take that as guidance if it resonates to your situation. But I'm not answering any more questions because that's not necessarily my intention. I don't necessarily do that too much. But thank you for stopping in. Oh, am I pulling this one? I can hardly see these. This is what came out. Actually, no, I don't. I was like, I kind of want to do these. I'm going to pull out the D8. I have 8 decks on the table. I'm going to run through them in the sort of like order they pop out. Yeah, because, I mean, if I start answering questions, I'll be on here for like 5 hours, and I'm already like, I'm feeling better now, feeling more energized, but let's do this. So number 1, I'm going to go in order from most recent purchase to least recent. So number 1 will be the Pride Tarot. Y'all see that? There you go. This deck is LGBTQ plus themed, so if you got problems with the LGBTQ plus community, this probably isn't the space for you, just being honest. That's number 1. Number 2 is going to be the Kawaii Tarot. Y'all can't even, there we go. The Kawaii Tarot, they're still in the box. Number 3 is going to be the Archangel Power cards. Excuse me. So I'll put this here. 1, 2, 3. This is my oldest deck. Number 4 is going to be these Spencer's Tarot cards. This is a novelty deck. Fun fact, they have a little disclaimer on the back. So these are definitely take them as they resonate. That's number 4. Number 5 is the Mystic Mondays. Number 6, this was only my 3rd deck? What? Number 6 is going to be the Spirit Keeper's Tarot. Number 7 is going to be the Witch's Tarot. And then number 8 will be the Wild Unknown Tarot. This is all my decks out on the table. Wait, I just got that deck. Am I missing one? I don't think so. Maybe I only had 7 at the time. I thought I had 8. Am I missing a deck? I don't know. I don't think so. Okay. So I have this D8. I'm going to roll, see what comes first. First is number 4. So we'll get the, I don't want to say the joke cards out of the way first because they're not a joke. These are actually like, it's a tool, right? And you can use a tool in any number of ways. You can use a tool in ways that other people may not necessarily deem appropriate, but as long as it gets the job done, then hey, you know what I mean? And so maybe this will be an area where, oh wow, this Knight of Swords just came out. Knight of Swords Barbarian, which is not the energy I was going for. So if I had to set intentions around the Knight of Swords, I would say this is definitely an area where we need to speak our truth and where we need to wield our truth in a way to directly stand against what would oppose us in our environment, right? Claiming the power of our own thoughts, not telling ourselves that we're not worth it or worthy anymore, because, I mean, honestly, that's an outdated concept. Okay, and these are what's coming out. So, Six of Wands, the Golem, Two of Swords, the Ghost, and the Moon all came out. I don't know what I'm doing with these. That's another thing here. I never know what I'm doing. I just go with it. But with the Six of Swords, the Two of Swords, and the Moon, Six of Wands, Two of Swords, and the Moon, sorry. I feel like that's the area of us sort of keeping ourselves from being victorious simply because we're not making a decision, right? It's the fact that it's like we have this truth maybe that we've recently come upon, or there's this thing that we believe to be true about ourselves or inside of ourselves. But that truth directly conflicts with other people's truths, directly conflicts with societal truths, or directly conflicts with the story that we've been sort of writing and creating for ourselves, right? And with this being the ghost, it's like the golem and the ghost, right? So this is what I'm feeling because it's like a golem is an animate. It is an animate animate. It's not inanimate. It is animate. It moves, but it doesn't have a soul. So it's like this is the golem. You're the golem. Sort of. This is the energy of like being successful by a societal standard, pursuing the things that your parents tell you to do, that society tells you to do. It's like do this because they make a lot of money, do that because there's security in that job. Don't do this because you don't get paid. Don't do that because there's no future in it. Don't do that because they're not hiring. Don't move to that location. It's like there's some kind of very rigid structure that's sort of like in your life in some way, however removed. And it's like this is the hollow victory that you get by doing the thing that they tell you to do. But with this Two of Swords, like this is your actual spirit, right? This is the ghost. The ghost is basically, in some ways, it's like a soul without a physical body. And so you have a soul without a body, and then you have a body without a soul in the golem, right? And it's causing you to sort of be in this space of like it's kind of sort of a space of indecision, but I feel like it's weird because it's like it's a space of indecision, but you've already made a choice. You've already made the choice, or you're already acting in a way that aligns with everything that you don't want to do just because you've been told to do it, right? Even though it's like your heart and your soul and your spirit aren't in it. And so this is a call, this is a change in direction. And with this moon card, with this werewolf, I feel like it's time to I'm feeling this werewolf is like this is a person who is operating without that spirit connection, basically. Without the spirit, without the soul, without the heart, without a certain element of self-care and without an element of self-dedication, being dedicated to yourself to actually do what you want to do and to prioritize your own happiness over other people. And it's like there's this energy of like someone is almost trying to vicariously live something through you. I mean, it's not like the people don't think you're going to be happy with this, but I'm just saying it as like whatever you're doing to satisfy other people is leaving yourself unsatisfied. And so it's time to stop doing that. It's time to integrate the sort of like intuition and the spirit instead of just going off of that primal sort of like, this is what everyone else is doing type of thing. Oh wait, what's my live title? What's my live title, girl? You right? I might have to change it. Oh, I forgot. Give me 1 second. I've never put like tarot in my title before. I don't think. That's why I'm like, whoa, like, hi, welcome, but like, where y'all coming from? How y'all find me? This is a brand new channel. Hello. Oh, girl, I might have to shut this down and come back. You know what? I don't want to have to shut this down and come back. I don't want to have to shut this down and come back, but I completely forgot about that. I should be able to change it without. Give me one moment. I feel like I should be able to change it without exiting the stream because I remember one time somebody went live unlisted and then they changed it to public and it was the same stream. So I'm like, how I do that? How I do that? Give me 1 second. I'm gonna try to figure this out real quick because you are so correct. I'm like, oh yeah, I did do that, didn't I? Oh, y'all ain't gonna let me do it, are y'all? Y'all, ooh, please, please, yes, yes. Okay, I'm just gonna take that out. Boom. So I changed the title. I changed the title. This is so interesting. I love technology. No, I don't want YouTube Premium. No, thank you. Okay, so the title has been changed. I was like, what's going on? I mean, I could have left it up and I would have left it up, but since I'm not answering questions, I don't want to have to continue to like be like, I'm not answering questions. You know what I mean? I'd rather not waste people's time. And if they're going to find people to answer the questions, then, you know, go find somebody to answer your questions. So yeah, this is interesting. And this is sitting in the space of the barbarian, and like you see how he has that sword raised. I feel like that may be a very active fight between you and whoever or whatever it is, sort of that is like it's like someone else has plotted your course, has planned your life, and now you're in this space to be like, I'd rather do what I want to do. No offense, you know what I mean? So that was number one. Interesting. Love how we're starting. Like if something relationshipy comes out, then that's one thing, but that is not what I'm trying to do. Two, wait, two, 4, 5. Am I gonna have to pull another bag of dice because I lost that little D6? How did I lose the D6? Where did I put the D6? Oh my gosh. This is my luck. I get so absent-minded sometimes. Is it in my pocket? I don't think I've reached into my pocket since I've started this video. It is not in my pocket. Okay, cool. Cool. And also, never mind, it's fine. Where did I just put that D6? Okay, I wasn't feeling that orange color anyway. Low key, don't tell the orange dice, but I wasn't feeling it. I'm just gonna have to find it later. Thanks for the update, Miyoshi, because I was definitely a little, you know. But also, that's something that I'm gonna have to learn to get over. I don't know what I'm doing on this new phase. Oh, okay. I love this color. This is the set that I wanted to grab. And now things are about to get real. So, man, I should just pull a different bag for everyone because it's like the bag, the different color sets carry their own sort of vibration anyway. We're using this color now. Can y'all see that? There we go. Kind of. This is D8. So let's go. Number 8. Okay. So we went from 4 to 8. That's interesting. Oh my gosh, it's literally right here. The dice is right there. So I'm going to be using the Wild Unknown Tarot for this round. And I'm going to set these on top when I'm done. Is this an all upright deck? I believe it is. Some of my decks are all upright, by the way. Not that it necessarily matters too much, but it does influence things, right? Not really, but it does. Okay, I'm going to give this. This is number 8. Am I going to try to get a jumper? First, give me a subject. Give me a topic. Give me a vibe. What's the overall vibe? Ooh, okay, that's a whole bunch of cards. And I'm taking all of them. I'm taking every single card tonight. This is the overall vibe, though. So this is going to be complicated. And all of what? So this is not an all upright deck. I take that back. I thought it was. 10 of Swords in reverse with the Lovers in reverse, followed by the 5 of Wands and this Hangman. I feel like with the 10 of Swords reverse and with the Lovers in reverse, it's almost this energy of like someone made a decision. Someone was faced with a very big decision with the Lovers card. And it's like they made the tough choice, but now they're sort of like wrestling with themselves over the outcome. Because maybe it's taken a little bit longer to find resolution than you thought. Maybe resolution doesn't look like what you thought it would look like, or maybe it's almost like with this Hangman, it's almost like you're in a holding pattern after you've made this decision and you don't know like how to get beyond it in a way. So there was this huge decision that came after what could have been a karmic loss. Now it's put you in a state of confusion and it's like you don't know what to do. And you're almost sort of looking for a direction before you decide which route you want to take. So what is, here we go. The guidance, oh, wow. Okay, this is interesting. Fun fact for me, the King of Swords has been hitting, so I see the King of Swords so often. Bottom of the deck is the 10 of Cups in reverse. And here is the Father of Swords in reverse and the Son of Cups upright. And so this is telling me it may be time to look at things a little less objectively and to look at things. Oh, I got, okay. Well, shoot, I got 3 cards. I thought I only had 2. 2 of Pentacles was like, nah, don't forget me back here. I fly too. I ain't no bird, but I got wings too. I'm still a part of the club. Okay. So party, like work, yes. So with this 2 of Pentacles sort of being here in between both of these, I feel like it's more of a balance sort of in between the logic and the emotion. And I feel like in this space, someone was overly analytical and now they're being called to sort of balance back on the cup side of things, on the emotional side of things, maybe even on the spiritual side of things. It's like I made the decision that I made because it made sense. Right. And I just checked out I forget her name because I accidentally, like, she showed up in my recommended, or she showed up on my home screen when I was just scrolling through and watching somebody else at the time, and I accidentally clicked on her video, and I was like, oh well, I'll watch it later. Maybe I was supposed to watch it, so I watched it today, And she read the Ten of Cups in a way that I love because I'm trying to move away from, like, even though the lovers did pop up, I'm trying to move away from that. Excuse me, because if it's about somebody else, that energy will be true regardless if I say this is about somebody else or not, right? But with this Ten of Cups, she said the Ten of Cups is like you being able to see the beauty in life and you being able to appreciate that and being able to be so completely surrounded in it that you just become engulfed in that sort of like vibe is the only way I can really put it, right? But with the Ten of Cups in reverse, it's like still being surrounded by that same beauty, but not being able to see it, not being able to appreciate it because of whatever reason. And then the Son of Wands is behind this Ten of Cups. And we have the Son of Cups right here with the Father of Swords. And so I feel like it's not for lack of passion, it's not for lack of desire, and it's not for lack of love, but there was just something logistically that just didn't work out. And maybe it could be with this Two of Pentacles making sure it's seen, maybe it could be related to finances, right? Maybe there was this sort of like, or not even finances, it's like this life plan. So this is going to be another area where your sort of life plan is disrupted. But in this situation, it's more like a personal life plan. Instead of someone else having your life mapped out and you sort of bucking against them to do what you want to do, this is like your life. You had your life sort of on a certain trajectory, and something came into your life that caused you to kind of sort of reevaluate whether or not the direction that you're heading in is the direction that you want to go. And I feel like with this Ten of Swords, it was a very, very hard decision to make. Not only is the Ten of Swords here, like the Lovers is also here in reverse. And the Lovers is a great choice that can affect us for potentially as long as our whole lives, right? Because Canadian geese, they mate for life. And so like this very, very hard decision that we have to make that is very, very pivotal in our journey and our development. And we made that decision, but now it's like we're having second thoughts, right? And then down here, it's like, well, it's like logistically, first of all, with this Ten of Cups, there was something that you weren't able to appreciate. And again, it's like it's interesting because it's like it feels like so much of what you want, but you're just not ready to accept it, right? And so I feel like someone isn't. I feel like it's this. It's almost the same story where it's like you're not giving how you feel enough credit. You're not giving what you want enough credit. It's like, is this practical? Does this make sense? Y'all hear that? Did you hear that, Miyoshi? That little crackle, snap, crackle, pop in the sky. Now it's 9 o'clock. Okay. Now it's 9 o'clock. That's interesting. Because when we came out of the store earlier and the wind was starting to pick up, and whenever the day is warm, but then like this cold front kind of comes in, like, the weather is about to do something. I've been outside enough in the weather to know that when it's a warm day outside and all of a sudden there's these very, very cool breezes that come in strong, something's about to go down. Um, and so I asked Siri if it was going to rain today, and Siri said it was going to start raining at 9 o'clock. But it just like was pouring down and hailing and like raining really hard for a hot second at like 7. And I was like, it's not 9 o'clock yet. So Siri was wrong. But the lightning, like the thunder just roared and the lightning just crackled at 9 o'clock. At night, like it's 9:01 now on my phone. at 9 o'clock. I looked at my phone when I heard that. And so Siri was right on the money. So that's, I guess it's a little interesting, sort of like, so maybe with this, I feel like, and that's kind of what this confusion is about, right? I feel like there was a certain expectation of how things would go. And there's almost this energy of like something started before its time. You approached a certain whatever before you were meant to be there, before you had the tools to appreciate it and to carry it forward. Yeah. Is it practical? Boom, crackle. Somebody up there is like, it does not have to be practical for the moment because it will grow into whatever you need it to be. And that's one thing that I've found in a certain situation that I've never quite experienced before. It was a security of knowing that all of my concerns were necessary. And it's so weird because, I mean, I guess I'm gonna get real over here. That's what this channel is about, right? For me, I guess. Because I've never been in a situation that involved another person and didn't sort of like worry about like if this would work or if that would work. I feel like because we all have our own preferences, experiences, and projections for what we're gonna do, and so it's natural that sometimes we sort of run into these little areas of inconsistency between the two, right? Two or more, two plus. If you got more people, it's even more likely that you'll run into some area of not contention, but just like conflicting or different desires. But for some reason, I was like, I don't have to worry about like if this will work or if that'll work or whatever, because I just feel that like it will. And I've never been in an area or a space that involved someone else with free will and had still a complete trust in knowing that things were going to work out. So that was interesting. But so yeah, that's why I would say like, don't necessarily, and that's someone getting like, you have a father here and then everyone else is a son, right? The Son of Cups, the Son of Wands, this Two of Pentacles. I feel like it's that energy of like, don't get overly involved or don't get overly concerned or worried about the sort of like nitpicky tiny sort of tiny little details because it's going to be taken care of, and someone was giving that way too much thought, and it's not that that shouldn't be given any thought, but it's to have a sort of to trust enough, and trust was the thing today, right? To trust in your path and what you're manifesting and in your journey enough to know that if a situation or if a person comes into your life and if it's meant to have longevity to it, it will continue to find a way to be in your life. And so there's a lot of little things that you don't necessarily need to know about. Because, like the thunder said, the rest is going to be taken care of divinely and you'll be guided, right? But yeah, so that's what this is about. And so I would say at least know that your physical needs will be met. But the rest is like, and then it's kind of sort of like, you don't necessarily have to be in this space where it's like you're working a job that you absolutely adore, but the pay is abysmal. Like you don't even get paid. Like you're basically volunteering, but it's work that you love to do. Right. And I feel like it's like not even necessarily that, but it is to give how you feel a bit of weight too, because that's also important in this equation. Something was unbalanced. And that's what this like sort of 10 of swords in reverse, lovers in reverse, and 5 of wands is kind of sort of telling me. It's like, and kind of with the king of swords in reverse too. It's like there was a certain amount of information that you made very, very grand decisions on. And it may have sort of like put you in a space to decide some things a little prematurely, but at the same time not. Because again, it's almost like you got a preview of what's to come. You didn't necessarily get the full story. And then the Fool is in reverse with the Son of Pentacles in reverse as well. So it could have definitely been financial constraints. And if not financial constraints, maybe familial constraints, maybe something else. Cutting to Death in reverse, and now the Father of Swords upright. So yeah. Oh wait, they're both upright. Brand new bird. That death process gonna put you, it's gonna get you together. And then this 8 of Swords upright. To leave it out, because I accidentally touched it, but it's fine. So yeah. There's a lot. Trust runs in so many directions. It's kind of sort of wild. All right. I'm gonna put these here. Gonna grab the next bus. So Siri wasn't wrong. Look at that. I thought Siri was wrong. I was like, Siri, it's raining now. But Siri said them storm clouds rolling in at 9 o'clock. And at 9 o'clock, the thunder crackle. At 9 o'clock. I've been getting syncs like so weird lately, honestly. It's like things will happen that I'll pay like no attention to. And then the next day, somebody will say something or I'll see something related to something like so seemingly insignificant. And I'm like, wow, so that really just turned into a whole synchronicity, didn't it? Next is, ooh, the blue dice. And I grabbed a D10 instead of the D8. Oh my gosh. My D&D friends would be so disappointed in me. Which means something is on the way. Something is most definitely on the way. And then we're coming into these blue dice, which are symbolic of truths. Going from the swords to the blue dice. And this is a little bit more, it's not completely like indigo. So maybe a little closer to the throat, maybe. Oops, what'd you say? I love syncs, big and small. I'm just like, wow, that just like turned into a whole synchronicity. And it'd be something like random too. This is the color I'm going with next. Y'all see that color? It's a gorgeous color. Yes, I'm feeling so energized. I was like so ready for bed before I started this. And for some reason, when I woke up today, my body decided to remember that I have allergies. And I'm like, okay, well. Number two. Going for the kawaiis. Kawaii ne. Kono deku ga totemo kawaii. Warumaru to no website de kaimashita. Ichigatsumae? Ichigatsumae. Has it been a whole month? I think it's been like a whole month. Because I got these like right before Aries season, I believe. So that's interesting. I think it's Gatsu. Gatsu is a month, I believe. Or is it Gats? It's either Gats or Gats. Ichigatsumae. Kono deku ga Warumaru no website de kaimashita. I need to get back into my Japanese. Kawaii is so cute. Well, the kawaiis are going to give us the tea, the whole tea, and nothing but the tea. So first I'm going to be asking for a sort of relevant area. Why am I picking this card? or this deck? What is it? What are you going to talk about? Some kind of deep truth, potentially? Maybe some kind of judgment? Because I did just see judgment. Okay. Oh, goodness. Knight. Oh, wow. The Knight of Cups with the Four of Cups at the bottom of the deck. And there we go. Knight of Cups with the Four of Cups at the bottom of the deck. I'm only going to leave the Knight of Cups out. So, oh, am I done? No, I'm not done yet. Four of Swords. This Four of Swords is going to be joining the Knight of Cups. So the Knight of Cups is equivalent to that Son of Cups that we just saw. But now it's with this Four of Swords. And that could sort of imply a certain level of emotional healing that needed to be done before that opportunity. Cutting to the Chariot and the Queen of Cups. Okay. I believe these are all upright. Cutting to the Chariot and the Queen of Cups. Excuse me, that's interesting. The Chariot and the Queen of Cups. Oh, the Ten of Cups are the Ten of Pentacles and the Two of Pentacles. So there's that Two of Pentacles again, but the Ten of Pentacles now. But yeah, I feel like that Four of Swords is sort of like, and with the Knight of Cups and that Four of Swords, it's a certain level of emotional stagnancy that we may have been completely unaware of, honestly. And whenever you are stagnant in your emotions, it's going to prevent you from sort of getting a lot of opportunities. Because the thing about love and the thing about connections and relationships, be they professional, interpersonal, personal, we always attract from a space of worth, right? Two of Pentacles again. And this is the only card that came out. Am I going to take another one? No, Two of Pentacles? Okay. And the Two of Pentacles came out last time, too. So I'm actually going to look for the Father of Swords, and or the King of Swords, and I'm going to see. Oh my gosh, and the King of Swords was at the bottom of the deck. I was like, I'm going to look at the King of Swords and see what's around him, since the Son of Cups and the Two of Pentacles came out. With this King of Swords is this Eight of Cups. I should not be surprised to see the Eight of Cups here. This Two of Pentacles is all about letting go, right? And then this Ace of Cups is all about walking away. And there's a certain level of divinity there. It's like walking away from a situation without needing to make a scene. It's walking away from a situation without needing to belittle someone else, or without needing to like tell somebody else how they. There's an element of grace with this Eight of Cups. And the grace in this is like not needing to like beat somebody else up, or not needing to demonize somebody, not needing to see someone else in a bad light to get to the space where you walk away from it, right? Because sometimes it's like there are some things that you walk away just simply because A, it's not the time yet, or B, it just wasn't the right fit, or C, the time is up, right? And so instead of like throwing these pentacles in the air, I feel like that's the energy of just like sitting one down gently and walking away from the table. Because it's like there's a certain amount of healing that needs to be done in this situation. And if you come at the situation with anything less than grace, I feel like it's going to prevent you from experiencing, or it's going to impact your ability to get what you need to get from the situation. Because I feel like what's most important in this situation is you recognizing that everything that happened external to you is external to you. You can't control what happened to you in a certain degree, and you can't control what other people did or didn't do. And so it's like the other person doesn't even matter. This is all about you. And whenever you point the finger outward and walk away, I feel like you're just leaving yourself open to attract more people to point the finger at. Because ultimately, at the end of the day, like what needs worked on is you. And like the other person probably needs some work too. Yeah, but you can't work on somebody else. You can only work on you, right? And they're going to attract situations that get them to face whatever they did or face whatever they need to face. But that's the kind of sort of feeling I'm getting with these two. It's like to remember that your healing journey is about you, and your healing journey isn't about anybody else. And you focusing on somebody else is like it's shifting the focus away from where it needs to be. I'm not gonna overly do that. That is what it is. If you get it, you get it. If you don't get it, I'm sorry. All right, I'm gonna split these back up and put these back in the boxes. Oh, okay. Well, the Wheel of Fortune just came out, so with the World card at the bottom of the deck, and then the Six of Wands below the World. Come on, there we go. And then that Wheel of Fortune and the World, and that's a wreath on the World. You know, wreaths are symbolic of victory, and so I feel like that's the way you properly close a chapter. The World card is major endings, and it may be a major sort of like painful cycle that you were stuck in that you didn't even sort of realize. Because again, with that Four of Swords coming out with the Knight of Cups, I feel like that's healing that you didn't even necessarily know that you needed. Because that's a very hamster wheel energy, right? To get a knight, which is all about movement and action, to come out with the Four of Swords, which is all about sort of like resting, recuperation. It's like you're running a wheel. You're thinking you're making movement, but in reality, you're not going anywhere. And it's so almost invisible. Because if it were the Eight of Swords, like I feel like you'd feel that you were trapped. You would feel like you're moving, but you're not going anywhere. But with that Four of Swords, it's like you feel like you're making progress, but you don't realize that you're not necessarily. And you don't realize you're not because it's like the swords are thoughts. And so it's like you're approaching every space, every angle, except for the one that you're supposed to. And it's because you're still holding on to something. It's almost the energy of like you need for something to be true, right? That's like with like, you know, blaming somebody else for something, regardless of if it is their fault or not. But that's almost the energy of like you need somebody else to be a villain so that you can be a victim. You know what I mean? You need somebody else to be this bad so you can feel justified in walking away. So maybe you can justify allowing yourself to be in a certain situation, right? You need someone else to be this like mastermind manipulator, but at the end of the day, it's kind of sort of like you kind of sort of knew. You had an awareness the whole time of what that person was actually about. But now you need to see them that way because it's easier to blame them than it is to take any kind of responsibility for the part that you played and maybe staying in the situation. And it's not to blame anybody and it's not to speak down on any situation because I know not necessarily firsthand, but I can imagine that it's very difficult to leave certain situations and it's never as easy as just like leaving, or it's very seldom as easy as just like leaving, or very seldom as easy as just leaving. Um, because there's a certain breaking point that I guess you have to reach first, right? So Six of Pentacles at the top of this half with the Sun card at the bottom. So once you process through all of that emotional sort of like it's interesting because there's this energy of like reorganization but it's also like decluttering because there's this feeling of like allowing your heart to stir and allowing your heart to move again by sort of reorganizing the way that you mentally think about things, because the way that you mentally think about things influences and impacts the way that you feel about them. And that's that sort of connection between the fluidity of air and the fluidity of the heart, right? Because a lot of times the thought patterns that we get stuck in end up worming their way into and working into our heart in some way or another. But with that sun, like once you get that clarity, I feel like you get this Six of Pentacles where it's like you give and you receive at a higher level with love, with an open heart, open hearts and open palms. Look at that. That is like truly selfless and beautiful. I love it. Oh, now the Ten of Pentacles is at the bottom. Hey, Six of Pentacles and the Ten of Pentacles. And I do that so I can get all the cards in the box, because last time I learned that if I don't split the deck, it just ends up with me fighting with the box to get the cards in. And the box always wins. So so it's like, why would I fight with the box when I can just take 2 extra seconds and save myself 2 minutes of reaching this point anyway, where I give in and do it the way I know that works, right? So it's like, you can attract a whole new relationship. And there's a lot of things that like we can't necessarily, there's a lot of things that heal a lot quicker when you have somebody else to sort of like be that mirror. But at the same time, at least go into it with a certain level of self-awareness. At the top of this deck is the Page of Wands. And at the bottom of this one, Page of Wands. And then at the bottom of this one is Death. And there's that Scythe again, right? So that's definitely a transformation. And then the Two of Swords at the half. That's definitely a transformation, maybe in the things that you're sort of like drawn to. There's almost this energy of like someone is so wild and reckless because they want to feel something, right? But at the end of the day, it's like the things that you need. It's almost like, I used to sort of go bungee jumping and skydiving for that rush of adrenaline back when everything was so great. But now that I've healed all of the things that I need to heal, I get just as much fulfillment out of like doing something I like with people whose company I enjoy, because I allow myself to be more present in those situations now. I don't need something so extreme to get my heart like pumping. You know what I mean? It's that kind of sort of energy. Okay. Now let's grab another bag. Let's go. Let's do this. This may actually not be 5 whole hours, which I'm kind of shocked about. I'm already almost halfway done, and I just started not too long ago. Oh, this is gonna be the part 2. This is gonna be the part 2. Cuckoo. Who is that? Martin, is that you? Dr. Okos. That ain't Dr. Okos. What? Okay. All right. So I got the purple set again. Oh, that can be a truth, because I said the blue set is like a truth, right? That's realizing the truth about where your blockages really lie, kind of, sort of, in a way. And I feel like we all have blockages like that. Like, there are certain things that I guess I'm real honest on this channel, right? It's going to be so important for me to be. Let me move my mouse because that's starting to annoy me. But for me personally, it was always like, I feel like I'm destined for a certain level of success. Really? Like, do you have to interrupt me right now? I am not. Oh, wow. Yeah. Restart my computer now when I'm like in the middle of using it. No. I feel like I'm destined for a certain level of success. And so I've always sort of told myself that, like, I want to meet somebody before I achieve that, because it's like once I get into the area doing what I'm supposed to do, there's a certain abundance that I know is coming for me. and I don't want to run the risk of like attracting someone who only wants me for my money, or attracting someone because like there's a certain amount of status that they want, or like I don't want, it's like I want somebody to want me for me and not for the things that I have. And so I literally just realized a few days ago how kind of sort of like messed up that mindset is, because it keeps me from manifesting and attracting the things to actually get me to that space. That's probably my mom. Yep. Okay. It keeps me from manifesting the opportunities to get on the path to get all of that, number one. And also, it's sort of like, and the messed up thing about it is like, I wasn't even in a space to attract anybody to begin with for the longest of times. And so it's like, wow, so I'm going to keep myself from my abundance. I'm going to keep myself from my purpose in life path. And I'm going to keep myself from manifesting someone that keeps me in this mindset that I'm running right now, in this program that I'm running right now. It's going to keep me from all of it. And so I like literally just like that literally just came to my mind maybe a week or a week and a half ago. And I'm like, wow, that's such an interesting like little trap that I just set up. It's time to let that go. And as soon as I like recognized that mind pattern, that mind state, and I was like, I have to change that, because at the end of the day, the person or the people that I end up with who want me for me and who like me for me, they're gonna want me for me and like me for me regardless of what I have and regardless of what I don't have. So it's okay for me to like be abundant and thriving and popping and cool. You know what I mean? And I don't have to wait for that. Um, but as soon as I process that, then it's like I'm getting hit up with all these like job opportunities through the like email, the filters I set up a long time ago. But now all of a sudden they want to be like working. And that's when I get a reply from this one company. Like I visited their virtual booth and I walked away from that virtual career fair like whoever I'm supposed to work for is going to reach out to me. And then somebody reached out to me, and like, excuse me, I was talking about like working in London, right, for a hot second. And I even have screenshots from these different opportunities I had in London. And the first location they had on their recruitment page was in London. And I'm like, wow, like London GB for like Great Britain, like the UK, the United Kingdom. And I'm like, so, okay, I can let go of that mindset, let go of that little program that I have for myself. And then, like, the things just come in that easy. Like, what? And it's like, yeah. And, like, when it came to me, I was like, oh my gosh, this makes so much sense. This makes so much sense. And then Spirit was like, yeah, that was a real blockage for you. Now you see that that was a blockage for you. Look at what you just opened yourself up to manifesting. Look at that. And I'm like, whoa, what? Crazy. You were the opposite. Felt like you needed to have more to bring to the table besides yourself. You are three enough. See, that's really interesting. And like I said, like it's stuff like that that'll keep us from pursuing, or from keep us from accepting what it is that we that's actually along that path. And so exactly, girl. Exactly. But once I had that, and I've been having so many just like, and they just like come. And that's one reason why I like, I feel like I can't necessarily do it enough. But like, once you're in more constant communication with yourself, your own internal guidance, your spirit guides, your crew, like even like to have an internal, like if you're religious, to have an internal dialogue with God where it's like not just you when you're praying and asking for something, but it's just like, I don't know, within me it's always been this near constant internal dialogue that I have. And it's like, because I have that dialogue, a lot of times it allows me to process things from a higher space. But sometimes things will just come to me like, oh, you know that the way that you think in that area, yeah, that's blocking you. And I'm like, wait, what? Really? And then I think about it, I'm like, oh, wow, yeah, that makes sense. And then I'm like, oh my gosh. Like, people give the hangman crap in the deck. People give the hangman crap, but it's actually a very, very beautiful space to be in. And again, it's like that hangman energy almost feels like a hermit, but the hermit is so like one time, and it's so deep, and it's so intentional, and it's so almost oblivious to the other things going on around it in its life, that it's like the hangman energy is like that hermit, but it is also aware of its surroundings in a way. I don't know. Okay, Miyoshi. I mean, my computer is trying to reset too. Oops. All right, let me keep moving. Let me not get too deep because this is going to be forever. But, oh, man, I was just like, wow, that blew my mind. It blew my mind. All right, what's next? What's next? Number 5 is next. I love how this is the 4th one, and I haven't gotten a repeating number yet. Oh, gosh. And number 5 is the deck I'm connected to the least. So. It is what it is. The Mystic Mondays. Well, here we go, Mystic Mondays. It is your turn to shine. I do love this deck. It's just that, like, I haven't connected to it yet. It took me a while to connect to some of these decks. It's like when I first get them, I'm all excited, but then after a minute, I'm like, oh, like, what do I use you for? Like, what's your expertise? What's your area of expertise? What's your focus? Okay, give this one more shuffle. This deck has reversals as well. Wow, cutting to the Tower and the Queen of Swords. Interesting. This deck has reversals as well. All right, now give me a topic, please. What is this sort of about? This is, oh, I didn't show the color. This is another set. Excuse me, I have two colors that are two sets that are this color. Is this the right one? Yeah, it is. It's like this purpley color. Let me see if I put it right up there. You can kind of sort of see it a little bit. It's because that light is so bright. Oh, well. All right, give me a topic. This color kind of sort of like gets to the heart of things. And I guess purple is like the crown, but it's a darker purple. Some more cosmic purple. Wait, are you back already? Your phone already reset? Oh, wow. My phone be taking forever, but that's Apple for you. Girl, low key, when you send me them screenshots and like you still have a YouTube video playing, and I'm like, I can't do that. I wish I could multitask where I can keep a video playing and still like open other things. I'm like, I need to get on Android, but I used to be Android before I got my first iPhone. Now I don't want to say a sheep, but you know, I got Taurus in my chart and we like stuff. What can I say? It's in my chart. It's who I am. All right. There we go. Thank you. Oh, wow. Okay. This is interesting. Fool at the bottom of the deck. And the Nine of Pentacles and the Six of Wands just came out in reverse. So maybe this could be an area where we don't necessarily have to do everything alone. This is an area where it's like there's a difference between being solid and independent on your own and being overly there's an energy there's a difference between the energy of I'm good on my own, I can take care of myself. There's a difference between that and I don't need nobody, I am self-sufficient, I don't need you, and I am never going to need anybody in my life. And not only did I add eye rolls and head shakes and intonation differences, but it's just like a lot of times someone's in that energy of like, I don't need this. It comes from a place of insecurity, right? Let's see what you say. So she can watch a video. Loki, that's what be taking me so long sometimes. I'm like, hold up, I gotta get to a space where I can pause it. Girl. Girl, like I don't like it. I've never blocked anybody on my phone in my life. And until recently, actually. And I'm just like, why would I block somebody? I just ignore people straight up. Like I have my read receipts on, so you can see when I read a message. And I mean, honestly, sometimes I forget to reply because usually if I can reply, I do reply. But I'm like, because not every message needs to be replied to, right? If someone's like, okay, like I don't need them, I don't have to be like, okay, like all right, to know that they got my message. Just like you see, I got it. I don't need to reply. Okay, cool. You know what I mean? But yeah, um, I'm like, wow, I wish I could do that. iPhone, where y'all at? Okay, so this is the energy because I feel like if you there's just some victory that someone is not getting because it's almost like you're coming up on this. Oh, wow, that's a whole lot of. Oh, okay, I'm taking them. Oh goodness, bottom of the deck is the Ace of Wands. So you're manifesting it. Be careful what you wish for because you just might get it, like the girl said. We got one, two, three, four cards. Oof, oof, oof. So I feel like it could be the case that you're going to be keeping yourself from moving victoriously forward, right? And you just put me on blast. I don't need nobody. I put myself on blast because high key, that's the space that I used to be in. And it's an energy that kept me from connecting with a lot of people because I didn't want to need anybody. And so it was also recently when I found myself in a space to like, for the first time in my life, in my 26 at the time and a half years of life, for the first time in my life, I came upon someone else and I actually cared what they thought about me. And it was such a new space for me. It was so new for me because I'm a Taurus moon and rising. My moon is in my first house. So as long as I'm cool with me, I'm good. Like I don't need anybody else to get me. I don't need anybody else to be there for me. And I'm a fixed energy. So you best believe that even if I did have hurt feelings, I'm gonna act like I didn't, number one, and then I'm gonna be all right at the end of the day anyway, because you come into this world alone and you leave alone. You know what I mean? So I used to be heavy in that energy because it was masking other traumas. Honestly, a lot of times that's what it is. That old part of you is still trying to hold on. Sometimes you just gotta let it go. You gotta sit that part of you down and you gotta be like, hey, I appreciate you for all you did. High key, you got me through some really rough areas of life. And I used to find strength in you. But with where I'm going now, the mentality and the mindset that you have is actively keeping me from accepting and pursuing these things that I actually want. So I release you in so much love and so much gratitude for the strength that you gave me and for the situations that you allowed me to get through. But that way of thinking is just, it's detrimental to where I want to go. And honestly, it keeps both of us hurt. So, I mean, this is also for you, right? You get to take a break. You get to be loved. You know what I mean? You get to experience some love too. Um, that's a whole thing I have to do as well. Last year, especially over the summer, was so intense for me. It was so intense and so good. And it's like, I'm like, 26 was the best year of my life. But sometimes when I think about how good 26 was, I kind of forget about all of the rough stuff that I worked through, like hardcore. So, yeah. Um, but yeah, for the first time in my life, I found somebody whose opinion of me actually mattered. And I was with one of my friends, and one of my friends was like, "Who are you? Like, why are you kissing up to this person? Like, why are you kissing this person's butt?" And I was like, "I'm not kissing this person's butt." And he's like, "I've never seen you act like this. Like, never. Like, you never care." And then when he said that, I was like, "Wow, like, what's happening to me? Who am I?" I was just like, "Wow, like, you right." Um, and because of that, I was able to open up and to soften up in a lot of ways. So I'm very grateful for that opportunity. You were having fun at 26, off the chain. Girl, I'm just a boring person, honestly. Honestly, I had a friend, one of my best friends, my Sagittarius best friend. I got two Virgo best friends, a Sagittarius best friend, an Aries best friend, and who else? I got two Aries best friends, two Aries best friends, a Sagittarius best friend, and two Virgo best friends. Honestly, if I'm being real honest, Aries season this year is like Leo season last year. It's like I'm meeting some of these, or I'm seeing all these birthdays roll up on Facebook, and I'm like, wow, that person is a Leo. That person is a Leo. This person is a Leo. What? Like second and third decade Leos, especially. But this year, I'm like, this person is an Aries, and that person is an Aries, and I'm like, what? All these people are Aries? Like, I had fire signs all wrong. The only fire signs I know is like Sagittarius is, and honestly, sometimes I love Sagittarius is, but personally, sometimes it's just like there's a disconnect there because we're both Jupiter ruled, but Pisces get the Neptune and Sagittarius get straight up Jupiter, and there's elements where like we gel and we flow together, but then I'm going off to Neptune and they still like in Sagittarius, and then we have this split that's like this wide. And I'm like, we were right here at one point. Like we went this far together before we just like, where's your imagination, Sagittarius? Like, why don't you think outside the box? You're limiting your own philosophical mindset and ideals when you fail to incorporate these lesser intellectual aspects of life, these more heartfelt and spirit led and just experienced aspects of life. It's not all cerebral. You know what I mean? Let me stop. Ooh, Sagittarius and Aries. Girl. Where's her moon? No, she's an Aries sun and rising. No, she may be a Pisces rising. Because I know she has Sagittarius in her seventh house, but I don't think it cusps her seventh house. No, wait. So she's a Taurus rising. Because then that would put her in Scorpio. It starts in Scorpio, but then it goes to Sagittarius. Okay. I was like, I think I might know an Aries Sag rising, but I don't. But anyway, it's like a sibling sort of rivalry between me and some Sagittariuses. But then I met one Sagittarius who I'm just like, so no energy is sort of monolithic, right? Because I have a Sagittarius best friend, and she can like when we first met, I kind of got on her nerves a little bit because she was like, "Why are you so extra? Like, stop! Like, calm down." And I'm so much more tame because of her. Like, I used to be so just like even more dramatic, even more dramatic. And we've been friends for like going on 9 years now. And so, her Sag fire has brought me a little closer to the Sagittarian side of Jupiter. I've come a little bit further out of the Neptune, or I know how to like not automatically jump to Neptune now. So, um, and then I met another Sag that's just like, I feel like Jupiter is a planet of expansion, and it is so big and so expansive that even and like every planet, like when you're talking about energies, can be expansive, and not all of them are the same. But if I didn't tell you, you have come a long way. Can I tell that you have all the Jupiter in your chart? Honestly, yeah, I can because like it's it's the way that like nobody expands on things like Jupiter expands on things, honestly. And I feel like Mercury, and that's the Sag and Gemini pole, right? I feel like Mercury does a lot of Mercury doesn't necessarily expand though. Low key. Mercury is like the Flash, where it's so fast that you may think it's everywhere at the same time, but at one given moment in time and it is in one area and its own in mercurial time. Mercury is only in one place at the same time and it's a very small planet, right? But when you're outside of mercurial time, when you're observing a Mercury, it looks like it's everywhere doing things all at once, but in that mercurial space it's doing this here and then it's going there and doing that. But like Jupiter is so expansive, like it does it all at the same time. You know what I mean? So nobody expands like a Jupiterian does. So I can tell you have a lot of Jupiter in your chart. Honestly, I would probably, knowing you, well, yeah, knowing you, I would probably guess you as a Sagittarius, high key, because you have that Sagittarian mind. And I feel like I need to get to these cards, but I feel like, and I can kind of tell, like, I think yours is in the eighth. No, yours isn't in the eighth. It may just be a lot of like ninth and eighth house energy. Because I feel like depending, and it's honestly, it's depending on the person. I feel like Sagittarius can be very like skeptical, like extremely skeptical, just like Virgo. I feel like Sagittarius and Virgo can be two of the most skeptical, excuse me, signs. But when you get one of them like into spirituality or into something deeper, then I feel like that's where you get that kind of sort of like expansion in a way that is like interesting. Because I feel like it's so interesting that like Sagittarius is so expansive in its energy, but can be so extremely closed-minded at the same time. And I feel like that's more of the like philosophical, sort of like preachy-ish, more like right versus wrong side of Sagittarius. No wonder why Jupiter is like what exalted in Libra. It makes sense now. I was like, Jupiter exalted in Libra, like why? But now I get it. I get it now. I think Jupiter is exalted in Libra. Let me look that up. Hey Siri, where is Jupiter exalted?
Okay, I found this on the web for where is Jupiter.
Let's see. Let's flip these colors so I can read. Exaltation. They have degrees? I did not. Jupiter is exalted in Cancer. I'll take that back. I'm wrong. Saturn is exalted in Libra. Jupiter don't hate Libra, then shoot. The sun is exalted in the 19th degree of Aries. The moon is exalted in the 3rd degree of Taurus. The 27th degree of Pisces, Venus is exalted. I didn't know they had degrees. You learn something new every day. I don't think Jupiter hates being in Libra, I guess I'll say. You know? 9th and 10th, the last decans. Okay, so yeah, because that ninth house, like that's the Sagittarius house, and that's also the house of like higher education and philosophy and stuff like that, right? The Sagittarius house. So either a Sagittarius or like lots of ninth house energy. Um, but yeah, I can kind of see it. Anyway, let me get back to this. That was a little astrology rant. I'm still learning astrology. I feel like I'm honestly the type of person that can pick up on things fairly quickly. And if you can't tell by the way I communicate, I draw lots of parallels and make lots of analogies between things. And it helps me sort of like learn it and ground it even more. So there's a lot of times when I can be like literally brand new to something or like fairly new to something, but because I have the Jupiter in my chart that I have, and I guess the Mercury in some kind of ways, because my Mercury is in Pisces, and so And I think my Mercury may also be in the 12th house. So when it comes to communicating things, sometimes people look at me like I'm dumb and I don't know what I'm talking about, but I assure you that I do. If I didn't know what I was talking about, I'd be like, I don't really know. Um, but since I kind of sort of like learn in that very Neptunian connections behind connections, like how everything kind of sort of like plays off of each other behind the scenes, I can bring that knowledge to the forefront and I can acquire new things more quickly and more easily. And so people will think that I'm a lot smarter than I actually am. Like my whole life, people have thought that I'm smarter than I am. And it's not that I'm not smart. I should say people think that I'm more um, knowledgeable about certain situations and certain sort of areas than I am. Like growing up, there was this one person, like the first time I learned animosity from one of my friends, and he did not believe. I could not convince him that I didn't know what the word animosity meant because before he said that I had never heard it in my life. And he's like, you know what that means? Like, stop acting dumb. I'm like, I honestly don't know. And there'll be like other things that like I may have done a little bit of, or I may be new to it, but since I draw so many parallels in my mind and that's how I process things, like people just think that like I know more than I know. And honestly, like I learned through stories and connection. It's a very watery Mercury, right? So, yeah. You always downplayed your intelligence. Oh, wait. Okay. Jupiter hates being in Cappy. Yeah. You have one detriment, and that's Sagittarius Mercury. And you always downplayed your intelligence. That was I learned the word in middle school, animosity. I was like, what? You only got one detriment. I got so many. So many detriments and falls. My Mercury is in Pisces. My Venus is in Aries. My Mars is in Cancer. Like I have a lot of planets in spaces where they don't like to be. My Pluto is in Scorpio, and Pluto loves Scorpio. And my moon is in Taurus, so my moon is exalted. But besides that, hold on, let me go through my chart real quick. Because I looked at when I first got into it, I'm like, why do I have so many planets in fall and so many planets at detriment? Like, this is why when I first saw my chart, I was like, oh my gosh, this is why I'm all over the place. This is why I'm all over the freaking place. I ain't even read these cards I got on the table. They've been chilling on the table for like 10 minutes now. You know what I mean? Let me see. No falls? What? Let me go to my birth chart. Let me go to my charts. I need to get back into the transits. I have not been following. My Venus is in detriment. My moon is exalted. My Mars is in fall. My Pluto is dignified. It's at home. My Neptune is at fall. And then my Saturn is also dignified. And my Mercury is at fall. So I got a few falls. I got one detriment, some dignifieds, and an exaltation. So I kind of sort of got all of them. And like some of my placements, maybe I was just focusing on the bad. I was like, I got all these planets that fall and in detriment. But I have some dignified and one exalted too. So, it is what it is. Okay. So basically, being in that I can do bad all by myself, I don't need nobody in my life type of energy is sort of, it's not getting us where we need to go. It's putting us in this space of being not victorious, of losing. Because there are certain things that you need to do in conjunction and in cooperation with others. Like we are not one man societies. Like we are very social driven creatures for a reason. And so 3 domicile. You had 3 domicile. No falls and 1 detriment. I feel like that could lead you to be like really just like I feel like that can almost run the risk of like a grand trine where you just get too comfortable. But maybe not. I don't know. I don't know. The 10 of Cups is in reverse. When I saw this 10 of Cups in reverse at the top of the pile, talking about somebody with this Nine of Pentacles in reverse, Six of Wands in reverse. I feel like there is like kind of sort of two ways this reading can go. Either you are overly dependent on other people, or you are overly independent from other people. But the Ten of Cups in reverse, this Emperor in reverse, the Tower in reverse, and this Queen of Swords upright. And we're talking about at the bottom of the deck was this Ace of Wands upright, and the Ace of Cups is in reverse behind the Ace of Wands. So that's a lot of heat, no water. I mean, you got 10 cups in reverse. So, like, we already knew that there was no water in this situation. Let's be real. You don't have any trines. You have two mystical rectangles, though. 10, 10, 10, 10, 45, 82%. Oh, snap. Your phone be 55%. Gotcha. Oh, wait, 55. Wait, what's the 55? 1055? Your phone be coming through with the numbers. I feel like with these three cards, and so this is realizing the truth of a situation with the Queen of Swords upright. That's Libra and Injustice energy. I was just talking about Libra, Jupiter and Libra. I feel like with these, it's like, girl, I just lost it. I had it in my brain and I lost it. I feel like there's this idea of what strength is and what power is. And I feel like that idea is very like solitary. But like if the emperor doesn't have a kingdom, if the emperor doesn't have an empire, then what is he? And to have an empire, you have to have a certain capacity to establish relationships. What are you talking about? Miss Independent, Kelly Clarkson vocals. I remember the first season of American Idol, and I believe Kelly Clarkson won, and I wanted Justin Guarini to win. I was like, wow, Justin should have won, but yeah, give it to Kelly, whatever. I think Kelly won the first season, and Justin came second. Because I feel like if Justin won, I wouldn't be bitter about it. Let me stop. I feel like there's this corrupted sort of sense of what it means to be strong, what it means to be powerful, and what it means to be in charge. And I've had a few leadership positions in my time. And I always felt not unqualified, but I felt that I wouldn't be a good leader because I'm not domineering and because I'm not like super authoritative, right? I was like, I thought I was too soft and too caring and compassionate and kind. Like, I thought that to be a leader, you had to be this emperor upright. But actually, if you really think about it, the type of leader that we associate with leadership, and a lot of times is this emperor in reverse. And it's an emperor in reverse because it's an excess of that emperor sort of control and domineering and tyrannical energy, right? There's a difference between being a leader and being like a tyrant, like high key. And one of the things that I actually admire and respect most about a leader, and one of the things that I would qualify as like a characteristic of a good leader, is humility. Because honestly, at the end of the day, it's like you can make decisions that you think will be for the best, and you can make decisions that you think will benefit everybody. But if they don't, I feel like you can be open about that. You can be like, look, this is the situation that we're in. This is our limited resources. I tried to make it work. Instead of being like, well, this is what we're going to do. And if you don't like it, you can leave. Right. I was never that person. And I feel like I was actually kind of sort of respected a little bit. And I was actually liked. I was like low key. I was one of the RAs because I was an RA in a college dorm, a primarily freshman college dorm, a primarily freshman college dorm that was the closest to all of the frat houses and the sorority houses. So I was an RA in a primarily freshman college dorm that was known to be the party dorm. And like when I became an RA there, I didn't even know that they were the party dorm because that's how boring I am and how disconnected I am from that sort of like lifestyle because I don't find any interest or enjoyment in it. It's just like not my scene. Like my best Sagittarius friend, I forgot that's what I was going to talk about. She finally dragged me to a party after years. And I walk in and I'm like, I'm ready to go. This is not fun. It's dark. It's loud. And it's like there's a lot of people in here and it's crowded. And I'm the type of person that says excuse me every time I bump into somebody. So I got tired of saying excuse me. And I can't just not say excuse me because I was raised to be respectful. You know what I mean? Um, and so I have to say, and that's another reason why I don't like being in bars either, especially when they get crowded. Because I'm like, excuse me, excuse me, excuse me, excuse me, and like, it's a lot. It's a lot for someone with the sensibilities and the that I have. And that's not the worst thing. It's just like it's so loud, and I don't know. Anyway, um, I was an RA in the party dorm, and I was one of the RAs that everybody liked because I wasn't super authoritative, right? And honestly, at the end of the day, in my mind, it's like y'all already know the rules. Y'all are breaking the rules that y'all already know are rules. Y'all know what my job is. And like honestly, I'm just doing my job. It's not personal. I can't just like, look the other way or blah blah blah, whatever. It is what it is. I ain't gotta yell at you. You already know that you in the wrong. So, let's just speed this up. And some people just didn't handle it like that. But also, if you look at me and given the age that I was at the time I was doing it, a lot of people are already intimidated by me by the way I look. So I don't have to exert anything into being intimidating and to be taken seriously because a lot of people are just naturally intimidated by me. I don't know why anyone would be intimidated by someone who looks like me in the country in which I live. Do you know why? You ain't got a comment because I ain't got time to be dealing with that level of foolishness. But there was just like I didn't feel the need to be extra to exert my authority. I would be like, you know what? We literally walked by, we heard y'all drinking, we know it's in here. Like the faster we do, like, and y'all know y'all aren't supposed to be doing it in the building. So, the faster we get these IDs out, the faster we can go about our night, and the less trouble y'all be in, the less headache for everybody. And it worked. And I was a respected leader. And also, even though it's a job that I feel like a lot of people, it's easy to not like the person who has to do a job like that. But one of my residents was like, you're one of the RAs that's the best liked because like you're not full of yourself and you don't take it like extremely seriously. And I was like, well, like we're all adults here, so I don't have to talk to y'all like y'all are children, and I don't feel the need to do that. So I don't know. It was just rewarding. And then I was like a supervisor and I was just straight up with some folks. I was like, you know what? This is my first supervisory position. And I kind of sort of had to do this. I didn't know how to do this. I'll do better in the future. I'm sorry. I was extremely upfront with my team. I was like, this is what's going on. We're going to be hit heavy, or this is what's going on. We're supposed to be working with these people and we have literally nothing. So I know that, we'd like to be able to have a little bit more concrete sort of information about when we're going to start things, but this is the info that we got right now. So I'm being flexible, and I'm going to need y'all to be flexible too. And it works. Like, people respect people who can be like that. And I'm like, wow, so I don't have to be like all of this to be a good leader and to be respectful and to or respectable and to be, you know what I mean? Like that. Yeah. Oh yeah, you still gotta put your foot down. Like, and like at the same time, like I'm sympathetic to a certain level, but at the same time, I'm like, I'm doing my job, and y'all already know y'all in the wrong. So, like, I don't feel bad because y'all know y'all ain't supposed to be doing that here. So, like, who you really mad at? You mad at me for catching you? You mad at yourself for being not dumb enough to get caught? But like, if you're in the room with the door closed, like, we don't have X-ray vision. It's not like we can see into the room. So ultimately, at the end of the day, you gave yourself away because we're not checking every single room as we walk by. And some people are just so like blatantly breaking policies, and you're just like, because honestly, on the weekends we had late rounds, and so it would be like 1:30, and you like, I'm ready to go to bed. I'm not even trying to too much work tonight. But since y'all being this like obvious with it, now I got to do my job. So yeah, I mean, I'm definitely not afraid to put my foot down though. Like, I don't do it unnecessarily, but I'm not afraid to put my foot down. And when I do put my foot down, like, I'm the type of person that's like, I don't do it without reason. And so, like, I'm not doing it to get off on like having some kind of power or authority. Like, that's not me. Um, but anyway, like, this is the energy of kind of sort of like realizing what an actual leader is, what it means to actually be strong. And like, an actual leader and actually being strong isn't being this 10 of cups in reverse tower that is all feared and respected, and like there's a certain knowledge of a truth, of a sort of a knowledge and the truth of the how the that balance actually plays, I guess, is what I'll say. Right. And so I feel like maybe, I mean, honestly, it's like to continue to act in this kind of sort of like, I don't need anybody mentality is like keeping yourself in this 10 of cups in reverse, tower in reverse energy, because it's all controlled and ruled by this emperor. Like, this emperor has the most authority in this spread. The emperor beats out the queen of swords. We have a major versus a court card. This ain't no man versus woman type thing. This is a major versus a court card. Now, if the empress was out, I would say that the empress had to say, but she ain't here. So it's this emperor energy that continues to manifest this 10 of cups in reverse and this tower in reverse. And with that tower in reverse, it's like, it's this tower that you continuously build that gets struck apart and continue. It's like continuously rebuilding. It's like continuously constructing and deconstructing itself. Like, it comes together, it falls apart. It comes together, it falls apart. It comes together, it falls apart. And that's what this tower in reverse is. And that's what this 10 of cups in reverse also is. It's coming into these situations where you come together and you fall apart. You come together and you fall apart. And you come together and you fall apart because you're in this isolation energy. And so if you're manifesting from this isolation space and you're trying to get some cups, like, what do you think is going to happen when you're manifesting from a space of, I don't need anybody? Like, do you think you're going to get cups that you actually want? Like, this is what's going to happen. No victory. You get no victory. You get no victory every single time. You're going to get no victory because you can't get this from this. Right? And this is different than this. This is being self sufficient. This is being able to sort of be on your own and take care of yourself. This is very that to an extreme to the extreme where it puts you at detriment. You know what I mean? Talking about detriment and fall. Because you can't, like, cups and pinnacles are so interconnected that you can't have one in reverse and expect the other one to be upright, because it doesn't work like that. They're so interconnected that it don't work like that, and it's never going to work like that. And with this Queen of Swords, you need to realize that it doesn't work like that, and then you need to do something about it, because she's the Queen of Swords. The Queen of Swords, the swords is all about doing something. And like with this Ace of Wands upright, it's like you want it, you desiring it. You're like trying to bibbity bobbity boo something, maybe trying to bibbity bobbity boo something, but like honey, like girl, like sweetie, boo, you can't bibbity and bobbity your way out. You can't bibbity and bobbity this upright from this in reverse. It's like you're trying to break the fundamental like laws of physics and attraction. And like it's not gonna happen no matter how much you want it, no matter how much you try to put into it. This is what you're gonna get. And so you're gonna manifest a whole bunch of this in reverse. Because with that Queen of Swords and then look, Queen of Cups is in the reverse, and under the Queen of Cups in reverse is this Two of Cups in reverse. So I mean, like, you know, and no matter how much you put into it, it ain't gonna work. It just ain't gonna work. But they say that dog won't hunt. That dog won't hunt. It ain't a hunting dog. That's not a hunting dog. That pig, it's like you saw on TV that pigs can sniff out truffles, and so you just go pick up some random pig and you put the pig in the woods and you're like, okay, find me some truffles because I'm trying to make some quick money. And this pig is just like, find you some what? Like, oh, you wanted Wilbur. I'm Wilson. I'm Wilson the pig. You want a Wilbur, girl. And Charlotte said that Wilbur, like, somebody else already got a Wilbur. So, I mean, unless you're going to train me to sniff these truffles. Okay. But anyway, I digress. I'm going to move forward. I'm actually kind of sort of loving the Mystic Mondays. Thank you for that, Mystic Mondays. I'm loving it. Ba 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 ba. Ba 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 ba. I'm loving it. I'm loving it. All right, it's time to pull out. Oh wow, is this the last bag? The last bag is the gray dice. I've only done 4. I got 4 more. Oh, this is not going to be no 4-hour video. I'm halfway through the decks, y'all. I'm going to start putting in my title, not interacting with chat. Let me stop. And then we're going into the heart space after that. We are going into the heart space with these green. Maybe if I put more of them on, I can see the color. Yeah, with these green dice, we are going into the heart space. So, buckle up, babes. We'll see what happens. We will see what happens. But man, I've just like grown and changed in so many ways. And it's in no small part thanks to me for doing all of the hard work and for finally getting fed up enough with my life and with how things were going, and for reaching that low and being like, you know what? This is the moment that everything changed. This is the moment that everything will change. And by everything, I mean everything. There was not a single sector of my life, honestly, that was where it should have been, because the blockages that I had ran so deep that they affected like every area of my life. And so I was like, everything has to change. And I did the thing and I got it to change. So I'm just going to take a moment to appreciate myself. I'm amazing. I'm awesome. And you know what? I'm comfortable saying that because I'm actually kind of legit. So yeah. And that's the freedom I feel like I get to embody on this new start, on this new channel, you know? And I could have done this on my old channel. I did not have to run off and create a whole new channel, but it came to me. And so I was like, you know what? Okay, let's do it. So yeah. Right? It's for who I am and my journey, for me to express a sentiment of that nature is it signifies a certain level of growth beyond a certain level of growth. Because before I'd be like, oh, I don't want to seem too like arrogant, or I don't want to seem too like big headed or too proud or too egotistical. But you know what? If I've learned anything in the past 2 months, oh, I got a hair on my tongue. It's like how awesome I am. And I'm not mad at me. So, you know, I say it from a place of love for myself. I love me. Don't be mad because you don't love you. Maybe you should just love you. Hello? Next is number 5. Oh, the first repeat, and it's a 5 again. And I literally just did number 5. Thank you, Miyoshi. I mean, girl, I've been talking to you, so you know that, this is a point that I had to reach. Um, but also, shout out to my crew, shout out to the angels, and shout out to God and Source for being the extra push that I needed sometimes. Shout out to Michael for being super heavy on the syncs and for getting me to do stuff that I didn't do at the moment. But ultimately, at the end of the day, I guess you was right. You was right. So even though you was super persistent and I was uncomfortable, at the end of the day, you was right. So props to Big Mike up there. Props to the ancestors. Real quick, little shout out to the ancestors. I'm going to live my life the way that I want to live my life. I appreciate your help and I appreciate your guidance. But if y'all was doing what y'all was supposed to do, I wouldn't be in the situation to come into this incarnation and to clean up after y'all. So if y'all knew so well what I was supposed to be doing, maybe y'all should have did it in y'all's lifetime. Let me live my life. That's all I'm saying to the ancestors. I'm sorry for the cool ancestor. I'm not trying to be disrespectful and I'm not trying to be rude. But what I am doing is exercising the sovereignty that I have over my own life. And then we can come to a common sort of like goal as we move forward. Because there are certain things that I want in my life. And I have reached the point where it's like I fought too hard for those things to give up on them now. So get with the program, because I'm doing y'all's a favor by clearing y'all bloodline. And yes, I know it's our bloodline because I was born into this, but I'm the one cleaning up this mess in this incarnation. So again, all of the love and all of the respect, and y'all know I don't mean no whatever. And I know somebody is like, oh, he got a new channel and now he all big and bad. Okay, whatever. But honestly, at the end of the day, who did this healing? Me. Who breaking these chains? Me. So give me a little bit of credit, guys. Come on, like we can still have fun. We'll be flexible. We're still gonna get to where we're going. I'm just gonna stop and smell the flowers, and that's why y'all love me. Like y'all already know that that's how I operate, and y'all already know that this is gonna be necessary for me to sort of thrive in the ways that I need to thrive. To the angels who love me unconditionally, regardless. I appreciate the love. To the friends and to the supporters and to the amazing and wonderful and so unique and powerful, to all of the souls that I've met, especially within the past year and a half of my life. Especially in the past year and a half of my life. I also give thanks to y'all. Shout out to Miyoshi for being one of the souls. Also, while I'm shouting people out, who else do I want to shout out? I mean, if I'm being real honest, shout out to, my dude, Nathan. I talk about Nathan like all the time. Shout out to Nathan. Shout out to Chad. Shout out to Miyoshi and Clarinda. Shout out to Myra. Shout out to Lisa from Heart of Inspiration. Shout out to Shonda Rhimes. Shout out to Dolo the Pilot Man. Shout out to Rion from Unite the Collective. Shout out to Esther Hicks, Abraham Hicks. Shout out to all of the random YouTube people who I clicked on, who I got one message and a little bit of guidance. Like, all of that stuff really adds up. And even if I don't necessarily like follow all of those people anymore, or even if I don't necessarily talk to those people anymore, or even if I'm kind of sort of in the space where it's like, not that I've necessarily grown out of those people, but it's like, for the space that I'm coming into, for what I need, their content on a larger scale caters to an audience that I'm no longer a part of. Shout out to my best friends, Emily. Shout out to Nzinga. Shout out to Garisha. Shout out to Giuseppe. Shout out to Brooklyn. Shout out to my ex roomie in this past year. It's just like, shout out to Max and to Bree. And yeah, they serve the purpose and role in your life. Exactly. Yes, exactly. Um, and again, like, I ain't got nothing against the ancestors. I know I was a little fiery, but I got a reading today from Bohemian Stars and Ocean Heart Readings. I don't know why I forgot her name. But it was like my ancestors were real proud of me up until, like, a little bit ago. And as soon as she told me, because she gave me a reading one day, and as soon as she said, your ancestors are so proud of you because no matter how hard the road has gotten, you always keep going. And as soon as she said that, I knew that some foolishness was about to happen. And it wasn't foolishness because foolishness. It was foolishness because I got shook up in an area that I did not think I was going to get shaken up in. And even if I played a certain part in the whole situation, I still didn't expect what happened. I didn't expect for what happened to happen. But as soon as she said what she said, I knew that something on that scale was gonna happen, because it was the way that she said it. And like, my ancestors, like, they know they ain't slick. And even my guys, like, they know that I'm in tune enough that whenever they give me little hints like that, like, I know what's like coming. Not that I was ready, and not that it was unnecessary at any point. But then today she was like, you know what, like, now they like, it's time for you to get moving. Like, you was a little like you were a little bit behind. And I was like, you know what? If y'all would have did it right the first time, I wouldn't be breaking the cycles that I'm breaking. That's all I'm gonna say. I ain't putting no blame on nobody. But if y'all would have did it right the first time, I wouldn't be called to break the cycles that I have to break, that aren't even necessarily from me, that come from generations before. Like, so let's be real. And I'm not telling y'all to get snippy with y'all ancestors, because y'all might not have the kind of ancestors that y'all can talk to like that, especially if y'all ain't doing the work like that. Then it's like, be careful. Be careful. Yeah, y'all can rumble and shake all y'all want to. Let me stop. Um, but honestly, I'm just coming into a space, and I mentioned it in the trust video earlier today, I believe. But it's like, I'm coming into a space where I am actually deciding what I want in my life, kind of, sort of, for the first time. Because a lot of times it's like, I'd just be like a fish just swimming through water, like a turtle, honestly, just swimming like the turtles from Finding Nemo. just in the current, hanging out, just like, woo, wherever the current takes me is where I'm going, dude. Yeah, dude, woo, we just go where the currents take us. And that's been my life. And there have been certain things, it's like this kind of sort of like just intuitive or inner knowing of what the next phase for me would be. And so whenever someone said it, I'm like, yeah, that's it. That sounds right. Yeah, that sounds right. Okay, that's where I'm going. That's where I'm going. But I've never really had any sort of sense of like, this is what I really want to do. It's always been like, this is a convenient answer for what I want to do if someone asks me what I want to do. And this is a convenient place to go if anyone asks me where I want to go. And when it came time to fill out the box for where my ACT scores got sent, I was like, that's a convenient school to write in the box. That's something convenient to pursue. And it like there are things that I've wanted to do on some level, but when it comes time to like actually tapping into what I actually want to do with my life, when it comes time for me to take charge of it, because I've never really been in a space to think of my life. Oh, if I'm being real, I've never really been in the space of thinking of my life as something worth taking charge over. I've always just been like, you know what? I have to live this life, so I'm gonna live it until I'm done, and I'm just gonna trudge through it, and whatever happens, happens. I honestly don't care. It's almost like going to the movie theaters just for the popcorn. Like you don't even care if the movie is good or bad, and someone's like, "Oh my gosh, this movie is terrible," and I was like, "Yeah, but I'm almost at the bottom of this bucket of popcorn, and refills are free, and I may finish another one, and this popcorn is real good." So I'm just here for the popcorn. I honestly didn't care about the movie. Like I went to go see the movie Logan so that I could pick up my Nintendo Switch when it released right after the movie. Because the movie finished at midnight and the midnight release was at midnight, and that's why I went to go see the movie Logan. I honestly didn't care about the movie. I just wanted to get my Switch. And I had some friends that were gonna see the movie and nobody would take me to get the Switch. And I was like, oh, perfect. um Cause you cause you can see why no one answered the call. You had a fear of failure. Yeah, and it's I feel like it's up for us to like really own and recognize things like that. But now I'm in this space of like, you know what? I'm gonna go for the things that I actually want to do. And yeah, it may have taken me a second to reach this kind of sort of point. And it's like the path that I was on. And see, there's also like I feel like I can also kind of sort of 1129, 83%. Oh, that's 1111, 1129, 11 on the left side and 11 on the right side. Hey, honestly, it another reason why I would say like maybe don't necessarily talk to your ancestors like that is because I've kind of sort of cultivated a little bit of a connection, and so I know that what I'm heading to isn't necessarily my ultimate destination, especially at the point I'm in now, where I'm really starting to look at where I'm heading when it comes, especially when it comes time to getting towards the end game. Like I'm not talking about like the job I'm going to work for the next 2 to 3 to 5 to 10 years. I'm talking about like end game, end game. It's like that's not necessarily going to be my life, and so it isn't. It is within my ability to understand the direction that I'm heading in and know that that is but one path of many paths to get to that direction. So I am choosing to reroute to incorporate things that I want in my life. And I may have to work extra hard because I want to take this, and it's not even a detour, but I may have to work a little bit harder because I'm not following a certain path, but there are certain things worth fighting for. And I know that now, and I'm also in a space to really claim it. And so, and honestly, it's weird because it's like this is why it's so important for us to have a relationship with our creator and with the spirit realm ourselves, right? because it's like I can recognize when I'm being told something. It's almost like the Matrix in a way, where the Oracle told Neo that he wasn't the one, right? Because even if she would have told him that he was the one, like at that moment he wasn't the one. You can go into all of the different theories and whatever, but he wasn't the one. He became the one, honestly, right? And it's kind of sort of the same or a similar way. And it's like people will be like, well, why when I get a reading, like, why does it say this and why did it say that if ultimately at the end of the day it wasn't supposed to work out? And it's because when you're able to take a grander, zoomed out view, it's the understanding that like you heading for this point put you on a trajectory to, and it's like I don't even have my tablet. I did a reading and I charted it out because it's like there are these certain fixed points, excuse me, along the way that we see, and it's like once we're heading towards one, once we get within the orbit of the next point, we can sort of smoothly navigate to that point without having to do these jagged up and down sort of like things, right? When you're able to be led and when you have that relationship for yourself, it's like you can see when it's like you're heading towards this point because that's the trajectory that you're on. But once you enter the orbit, you can smoothly transition into the next one. Like you don't have to go all the way there to then find out, like, hey, this actually isn't what I thought it was. Like this was something that was supposed to last for a season, or this is something that I'm experiencing for a reason, right? This isn't a lifetime. Um, and so that's another reason why I can sort of be like, maybe a little extra sassy, and they know I don't mean it with any disrespect, even though it like that's just the way we talk in my family. Y'all should catch us on the home team. Like we throw shade at each other, we do all kinds of stuff, but it's all out of love. And we all know that it's all out of love. And so they be calling me the Shade King. They be like, ooh, Patrick, you so shady. And I can be, honestly, I can be very shady, but it's all out of love. Shoot. Um, but it's also an understanding that like I'm going to get to the points that I need to go to. And it's a relationship, it's a cooperation, it's an us working together type thing, right? But honestly, at the end of the day, it's like if you don't have that sort of relationship built within yourself, I don't know if I would necessarily say that that's the approach for you. Um, but yeah, it just comes with the territory of being sort of, I don't want to say just like being connected, but it's like, yeah, it's an understanding that I've kind of sort of always had. It's a connection, and it's a because it's an open dialogue that I engage in like pretty much all day, honestly. And it's not that I'm like constantly in that space, but that space is constantly open to me. And that's why I can be doing something randomly, and then they'd be like, hey, that one pattern of belief you have? Yeah, it's limiting you in these ways. And I'd be like, wait, what? Are you serious? And then they'd be like, yeah. I was like, oh, okay, wow. Oh, wow. Yeah, that actually makes sense. And it would have been very easy for me to be like, I manifested that job. I manifested that opportunity, and it came to me exactly in the way that I wanted it to come. And it looks real pretty. It looks like what I'm supposed to do. But honestly, in the space that I am in now, I understand that it looks like that because I'm supposed to reach this space of like, what do I actually want? Right? Did I manifest that because that's something that I wanted, or is that something else that I manifested because it's a convenient next step? Right? I have the degree. That's the job that I'd use the degree for. It matches everything that I said I was wanting to do in a location I said I wanted to go to. And it's not that I don't want to go there, and it's not that I don't want to have work with the type of impact that I have, but it's also knowing that, hey, that ain't necessarily what you're doing, and that ain't necessarily what you want. Um, but when you like I was saying, when you have that open relationship, you can tell the difference between a smooth brushstroke and a rigid pencil line that then you got to go back and erase and go back and erase, and then you go even, and I don't know how else to say it, but that was a little sort of interjection. I guess I'm gonna try to and I used to talk about stuff like that on my channel, on my other channel, on my legacy channel. But I feel like those are kind of sort of some of the experiences that are really important. At least that I go through from my perspective. Maybe not for you, right? It's different for all of us, and we're all kind of sort of on different paths and different trajectories. So again, I do not recommend being sassy with your ancestors, because you might mess with the wrong one. Right? I don't know. Okay, let's go again. Number 3. Okay. Oh, guess what deck is next? It's the Archangel Power cards. I love this. Yep, the Archangel Power cards is next. So I feel like low key, that's the angels like, yep, put them ancestors in line, because you right. You right. You ain't wrong. They can be mad if they want to be mad, but ultimately at the end of the day, you are down there breaking those chains and those generational curses. So you ain't wrong, brother. I love that. Yep, angels. See, y'all know, because back when they was alive and living and kicking, y'all was telling them the exact same things. And look what they did. And them angels like, what's that jib where he I mean, so you're welcome, ancestors. This is a collaborative effort. And hey, it is what it is. I am who I am. Your other progenitors, postgenitors, your other peoples know. Shoot, they know. Them ancestors, yeah, they were a handful too. Them angels. Okay. All right. Let me do a little bit of a reset. But I love y'all, though. I love y'all. I got nothing but love for y'all. And I respect y'all for all that y'all did do, because I know that life ain't easy. I know life ain't easy, Especially, I got it probably a lot easier than y'all had it when y'all was kicking it, y'all's ancestors, especially for a certain period of time where things was real, real, real rough. It is what it is. Okay, all right, now I'm ready. Give me the area of topic. I'm not going to read the message, just give me the title. In the title. Okay, there we go. Oh, and it's upright. Love that. Bottom of the deck is the High Priestess in reverse. Ooh, ooh, ooh. The cards that came out are the Two of Ariel and the Nine of Michael. This Two of Pentacles. Two of Ariel came out again. Two of Ariel and the Nine of Michael is the Two of Swords, are the Nine of Swords and the Two of Pentacles. And I feel like, and especially, so that's another thing that I guess I should clear up, and I should clarify, so thank y'all. And that's another thing, it's realizing that this state of indecision and this state of balancing this and balancing that and being inconsistent in your frequency and being inconsistent in your vibration and being inconsistent in what it is that you're manifesting is what's going to lead to a lot of those hangups, and it's what's going to lead to a lot of those sleepless nights. There's confirmation. I guess so. Whether are you confirming today, or are you just doing what you're doing? I'm in here doing what I'm doing. But yeah, and that's the space that I had to reach, and that's also the significance of this space, right? Because if me pursuing the path that I'm pursuing means that I have to work harder to get to where I'm going to go because I am doing something that I want to do, that's something that I'm willing to do, right? I feel like a lot of times it seems like we petition our ancestors and we do this and we do that to make things easier, to get out of doing work, to try to get spiritual forces to do the work for us, right? And that may not also that may not always necessarily work, because at the end of the day, there's certain work that you need to do to get to be where you need to be, right? And they already know I'm going to do the work. And so I feel like ultimately at the end of the day, they're just glad that, I finally made this decision. So I am so stubborn sometimes. And that's another thing that I realized today. I am so stubborn sometimes. And sometimes, okay, thank you. Sometimes I'm as slow as I am because I'm as stubborn as I am. And it's like, you can like tell me what I need to know, but if you say one thing that I don't like in that sentence, that's what I am going to focus on. And I'm not even going to hear the solution. And this is something that I literally discovered like today. It's a process. Leave me alone. I'm growing too. But it's like I will fixate on the one like little off comment, on the one like little sly remark, and miss out on the actual information that I was supposed to get. And that's one reason where I can be that's one way that I can be a little slow sometimes, because it's like I get fixated on the wrong things. So, lesson, like, point taken, I get it. I get it. Y'all know I'm going to do the work ultimately at the end of the day. I'm going to get there. I'm going to get there. I ain't come this far to not. But again, for me personally, it's to get me to reach the point where I step out of that energy of indecisiveness. And I've made a decision that some things are worth fighting for, and I'm going to continue to fight for the things that I want in my life, instead of just like halfway, haphazardly manifesting something else that's convenient. Okay, so bottom of the deck is the Knight of Gabriel in reverse. That's the Knight of Wands energy in reverse. I feel like that's the energy of like, it ain't always about what you want. Sometimes. Okay. So the card that came out is the Seven of Michael, Seven of Swords. And again, the Two of Pentacles and the Nine of Michael came out. So that's the energy of like juggling this and that, being inconsistent with what you're manifesting, right? And especially since like we're dealing with Pentacles with the suit of Earth, and maybe that's what's sort of like leading to blockages in your 3D. See, I use this mess and I feel like I do my lips worse than when I don't use it. I don't even know why I bought that thing. I shouldn't have did it, but it's a trap. The little stuff that they put next to the registers at the grocery store so you can pick up one more thing before you leave. It's a trap. But since we're talking about Pentacles, I feel like that's manifesting into our reality. And so there's, with the Nine of Swords, there's this energy of delay. And there's this energy of like, well, I've been manifesting that. Why isn't it happening? It's like, well, have you been consistent with your manifestation of that thing, or have you been going back and forth? Number one, do you feel that you are worthy of this thing that you're manifesting? Because it's almost this energy of like putting your money where your mouth is. And I haven't talked in a minute about giving your, what did I call it? Your spiritual coin worth. Where it's like, we're putting weight behind our spiritual coin so that we can turn it into more physical pentacles, right? Because if one of your spiritual coins is worth like 0.0002 physical pentacles, and you only got 3 coins, and you got to trade them in, like, don't be shocked when you don't even get like a penny. Like, you ain't even got enough for 1 physical pentacle. Like, increase the weight of your spiritual coin. You know what I mean? And and like the weight of your spiritual coin is linked to a lot of things. But I feel like that decisiveness, it's almost like you're playing different markets at the same time. Because it's like, if you go to this place, and it's not different like exchange, it's like how the currency exchange is different between different countries. And so if you're putting your physical pinnacle in a space of health, it may get you something different than if you're putting your physical pinnacle or putting your spiritual coin towards getting a physical pinnacle of health, or putting your spiritual coin towards getting a physical pinnacle of wealth, or putting your spiritual coin between getting a physical pinnacle of the material, the more surface level of things, or putting your physical pinnacle or your spiritual coin into getting a physical pinnacle of like family, healing a family dynamic or something like that. You know what I mean? You got to give it weight. It has to be backed by something. And what is your spiritual coin backed by? Fear, anxiety, indecision, lack of self-worth, self-esteem issues, and like stuff like that. Like if you trading that in, like who's gonna want that? You know what I mean? Oh girl, what is you doing? But that's where the seven of Michael, seven of Swords energy comes in. And it's like honestly, that may not even be, I don't know how to say this. I'm just gonna say it because I'm a Sag North Node. That means I'm gonna give y'all's real tea, all tea, no sugar, no sweetener, but you can get a little bit of honey if you want, and the honey is all natural. So, like, I still got you, but all tea straight facts. I'm just playing. But it's like people will be like, oh, this person doesn't want me to be great. This person is getting in my way. Somebody is doing this. Somebody is doing that. And it's like, no, honestly, like you don't feel like you're good enough for the things that you're trying to manifest. No one else is stealing this from you. People can't, when it comes to your spiritual coin and when it comes to the things that you manifest, people can't steal from you. People can't take from you. Stuff like that, you can only forfeit. You can only forfeit things like that. They can't be stolen. And so if you're not getting what you want and if you're not going to where you want to go, it's a you thing, honestly. Now, what I feel like people can do is maybe like people, and I don't even know why I'm talking about this. And again, I don't know anything about this. This is just personal, my own personal non experienced interpretation of that energy of someone else trying to create blockages in someone else's life. It's like someone can try to catch you up in an area that you're already weak in, or someone else can try to trip you up in some other area, especially if you're attached to things that you don't need to be attached to. They can use your attachments to sort of like get to you, right? And so, like, that would be one way that people can like delay what you have coming in. But ultimately, at the end of the day, it's like if they're picking at an open wound, then it's like, why don't you dress that wound? Why don't you treat that wound? Why are you walking around? It's like, why are you swimming in the ocean, swimming in salt water, crying that like the salt is getting in your wounds and like it hurts? It's like, okay, well, get out the salt water, right? It's like salty people coming at you in your open wounds, and now you getting salty at salty people instead of you healing the things that they're kind of sort of picking at, right? If anything, they could be illuminating to you areas of yourself that need growth and areas of yourself that need healing. Because ultimately, at the end of the day, I'm just of the belief that like people can't come in and take something from you, but they can try to convince you to forfeit it and convince you to give it up. People can try to come in and convince you that you're not worthy of it. Like they can do that. But if you fall into it and if you believe it, then at the end of the day, like who's really responsible? You know what I mean? That's like if someone came up to me and they called me stupid, it's like that's a bad example. But at the end of the day, like I know I'm not. So if I allow someone else to come in and like for me, that's like you're trying to pick on an insecurity that I don't even have. You're trying to shake my confidence by calling me stupid when I know I'm not dumb. So it's like, better luck next time. Try to pick an area where I'm actually weak and good luck finding one. Um, so, and that goes back to whatever that daily upload was when I was talking about why is it some people who are constantly under physical attack or spirit? Why are there some people who are constantly under spiritual attack? Like, what does it say about you if you're the type of person constantly under spiritual attack? Why are you so spiritually vulnerable? Why are you so spiritually weak? But there are many different people who all came down here to experience different levels of growth and different levels of healing, and we're all in different spaces, right? And so, like, let me check my privilege. Just because I decided to choose certain things growing up doesn't mean that everyone else necessarily had the traumas that they had to lead them to make the decisions that they made. And not everyone has a Taurus moon and rising. You know what I mean? Not everyone is fixed and has their moon in a house where it's very secure. Maybe, I don't know why I always got to try to bring astrology into it. Um, but it's kind of sort of very much that energy. And I feel like it's really causing a lot of anxiety, and it's causing a lot of worry, and it's causing someone to stay up at night, because with that Nine of Swords, that's what that's all about. And with this Two of Ariel, with the Two of Pentacles, it's like, why does it seem like I'm always juggling and I can't get ends to meet? Maybe sometimes the lack of wealth and the lack of money that we have physically in some ways could be highlighting a lack of self-worth within ourselves. Like, you are through enough, right? Oh man, that was that clip. That was so powerful. As soon as she said that, I said, "This is the type of reader I need." Because no offense to like love readings and stuff like that, but honestly, it's like, if I get a text, I get a text. If I get a call, I get a call. If things happen, things happen. Like, what about the rest of my life? What about the other areas and sectors of my life? What about like my soul? What about my progression? What about my journey? What about my spirituality? Like, I don't know. Oh, but when she said that, girl, I was like, "Ooh, she bets to preach." Okay, Seven of Michael. I'm gonna read the card now. The Seven of Michael says, there is a better course of action available to you. Working alone may not be the best answer, and review all the details. So when it comes to reviewing all the details, I feel like that's, again, it's looking at ways in which you allow yourself to be open and vulnerable, or ways that you create delays in your own life. Because if you're telling yourself, I can't do this, I can't do that, I'm not good at this, I'm not good at that. Oh, I need to have this conversation with somebody I know in my personal life. You can't keep having these conversations, praying the prayers that you praying, expecting to manifest the things that you expecting to manifest with your faith, because it's calling you to go outside the box, sister. And you can't be too afraid to go outside the box, or you can't be so in your mind about going outside the box, and you can't be led to go outside the box. Know that you're supposed to go outside the box, not go outside the box and then be like, where's my manifestation? And it's like, well, we already told you what you need to do to get it, so why ain't you doing it? Like, there's certain conversations that you can have with your ancestors and with your angels and with your guys, and there's certain conversations that you can't have. Now, when it comes time to do healing that you need to do, that's non-negotiable. It's non-negotiable, baby. I'm just sorry that it is. It is what it is. Like, that healing, you got to do. You got to do it, right? That's one of those kind of sort of fixed nexus points. The love won't be right if you're not, exactly. But it's like, there's a better course of action, and maybe don't do it alone, right? If there's a certain, let me step back a little bit. Let me put my foot in my mouth just a little bit, because again, it's a journey and it's a progression for all of us. And so if you are in this space where you kind of sort of need someone else to encourage you, if you need someone else to kind of sort of, if you need confirmation to do the things that you know that you already need to do, it's fine. Because again, it's a journey, it's a space that we're in. Hopefully you will be working toward the point where you don't need confirmation and where you can just be led. Because honestly, at the end of the day, depending on what your job and depending on what your purpose and depending on what your mission is, here, you may be the type of person that can tell people to do the same thing 10 to 15 times. But honestly, I'm not the type of person. And Especially if I'm gonna be like putting tarot in my titles, where people are coming in asking questions. Let me clarify by saying, if I say something one time, if I say something twice, you ain't gonna come back next week, the week after, or the week after that asking me the same question. Because if you get the answer that you need to do some type of healing, if you hit me with the, is this person coming? Is that person coming? Where does this person stand? Did you do that healing? Did you do this healing? Did you do the things that you know you need to do? No? Okay, then why are you asking about somebody else? Like, it just is what it is. I'm about to come into a whole lot of fire in my chart. And honestly, it ain't even the fire in my chart. It's kind of sort of just like who I am. And maybe the Taurus. I don't know. I don't know what it is in me. But it's like, if you ain't doing what you know you need to do, what does it matter where somebody else is? Right. Because, and again, it's like I've been feeling that energy of like, it would be so, so, so tragic if you are so focused on somebody else or so comfortable in the 1156, 74%. It would be so tragic if you think that somebody else has so much healing to do that they will never catch up to you. And then it's like you spend all your time worrying about somebody else. And then it's like all of a sudden they show up one day healed and ready for the connection, but you're not. And so, you know, and it kind of sort of breaks my heart. But at the end of the day, it's like you didn't do what you know you needed to do. So who are you upset with? And I feel like there's a part of us as people in general that is so quick to find somebody else to blame instead of accepting responsibility for what we do and what we don't do ourselves. And then it's like, you want to point the finger at spirit, you want to point the finger at some like a reader or somebody else who told you what you needed to do to bring that into your life instead of you accepting the responsibility that you have to do what you need to do for yourself to put you in a space to attract it. You want to be mad at somebody else. Like, if that's the type of, like, whatever you go for, I may not be for you. And sometimes, you just got to be upfront about some stuff like that, I guess. Because, like, while, no, while I do feel I have a certain ability to do certain things, what I don't feel is an obligation or even a desire to, like I'm not for everybody, and I already know that. Like, if you're like brand spanking new, if you're like fresh, I'm probably not for you. And that's not being like, oh, like if you're not like a level 5 empath with your like light skills on like 10 plus, then you're below me and you need to find a beginner reader. It's just I don't have the patience for it, and I'm not built for that. Honestly, I'm not built for that. I'm not equipped for that. And even the way that I read, it's like I'm already so loose in the time anyway that it's like you probably need someone who's more suited for where you are and what you're doing. It's just like you know, maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. But I just feel that I'm not gonna be for everybody. But it is what it is. That part's still here. Invoke your inner phoenix, the old Mimi. Exactly. And that's one of the things that, like, and it can be one thing that is highlighted by someone else because, again, it's like it's easier to see certain things in the mirror. Like, you can't see your own face unless you look in the mirror. And so there are certain things that are a lot easier when you have someone to mirror that back to you. But it's like waiting for somebody else isn't going to heal that on the inside. Once you heal that on the inside, then the mirror changes. You know what I mean? Um, and again, like, I get it. If the last 2 months, almost 2 months of my life has taught me anything, it's that I can understand it more now than I ever have in my life. I'm not any less annoyed by it because I get annoyed at myself. I get annoyed at my feelings sometimes, or I used to in the past, especially when I didn't have the peace or that I have now. So, like, I get it, but at the same time, it's like, you know, not helpful. Okay, so the last bag of dice is the gray bag. And the gray bag scares me. I know we shouldn't be afraid of anything, and I shouldn't project onto these dice, but the gray bag is always a gray area. It's always a gray area. So it is what it is. And whatever is supposed to come out will come out. These are the gray ones. Can you see it in my hand, or is it still too light? It's because I have this light right here. Like, can you see it now? A little bit better? Yeah, you can. Okay. Whoo! Okay. So, yeah. Man. What am I doing on this channel? I don't know, but I'm wide open to whatever it is. Oh, this Taurus season is hitting me strong. I'm definitely feeling the rebirth. The sun is 8 degrees, so the sun is conjuncting my ascendant today, my rising. And Uranus is 2 degrees from my rising. And now Mercury is like 8 degrees from my rising. I'm 8 degrees Taurus rising, so lots of stuff conjuncting my rising right now. So it makes sense that I made a new channel, right? Rising sign. What do you say? The 12th. Well, that's what they say. 7th house is like open friends and open enemies. The 12th house is your hidden enemies. Yep. Yep. I love Scorpios though. See, but like my 7th house trines my sun. So them trines for me. Okay. Let's go. Let's go. Oh, what is this? There's like a anxiety. Or for a hot second it was. Maybe it's because I'm like, oh, gray dice, please don't. Please don't. Let me clear up that anxiety. Ain't no anxiety here. Gray dice, you have a perspective and value just like everything else. Sometimes we got to look at the dark to see the light. Number 5 again. 5 is the only number that is repeated, and it repeated twice. So I actually saw 555 today. I was in the grocery store. I was in Meijer with my mother after I had been in the store for like an hour and a half, and I'm checking the phone like, how long are we gonna be in here? And it was 5:55. Number 2. Wait, I already got 2. Okay, so now 22. Number 3. Just did 3. Number 1. Okay, Pride Tarot. Pride Tarot. The Crusted Gray. Yeah. Oh, I love this deck. Check me out on Instagram at the Hierophant. This was today's card of the day. It was the Pride card. This is the Pride Tarot. Again, there are LGBTQ plus things. So if you don't like LGBTQ plus things, then this reading may not be for you, and this channel also may not be for you. Cutting to the Emperor and whoa, what is this? What is that? It was the 4 of Cups? No, the 6 of Swords. Why was the 6 of Swords? Girl, why do I do that? The 6 of Swords was hidden. And the Emperor is here. The Emperor is all about, honestly, it's like the Empress is about manifestation, but the Emperor is about like kind of sort of like the what you put out when you manifest. Oh wait, hold on, wait. Your son's sun is in your 12th house. Wow. Wow. Do you when you said hidden enemy, girl, oh I'm so slow. I'm so slow. I just got it when you said hidden enemy. And I was like, wow, that's almost like enemy. But literally right before that, you said hidden enemies, dot, 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 hidden enemies. And now I get it. So I got you. I got you today. So I'm a little quicker than I was the last time. I got it. I got you now. I got you now. I caught that this time. I feel like with this Emperor and with that Six of Swords being backwards, that's almost like keeping yourself from pursuing possible quote unquote escape routes. Creating your own blockages. I'm gonna do this one more time, one more shuffle, and then I'm gonna ask for a topic. I love this deck. Usually I like to honor the Pride Tarot by reading the entry, but today I'm just gonna feel it. So give me a topic. Okay, that was quick. Ooh, all right, well. Looks like we're going to the Knight of Swords. Y'all see this? Oh, y'all don't see this. There, y'all see this? Okay. There's a card that flipped over in the deck, and that's the one I'm going for. There it is, that Knight of Swords. I'm gonna check and see if there's another one there. Nope. Bottom of the deck is the Wheel of Fortune. Wheel of Fortune. Ooh, the Knight of Swords. Look at her. Y'all know that the Knight of Swords is one of the fastest knights in the deck, but that horse is not moving. Look at them hind legs. Those hind legs are planted. That horse ain't going nowhere. She ain't going nowhere. That horse ain't going nowhere. So when it comes to the Knight of Swords, this is the second time we're seeing the Knight of Swords. The Knight of Swords came out with the Barbarian, right? So I feel like this is a truth that it's important for us to recognize, but we don't necessarily have to like. It's a truth to hold and it's a truth to be able to defend and to be able to express, but it's not one that we necessarily have to like overly express, right? And if we go with the LGBTQ plus things, that's like not everyone in the LGBTQ plus community is easily and stereotypically identifiable as a part of the LGBTQ plus community, right? But just because those people aren't easily and stereotypically tagged as a part of the community does not mean that they're not in the community and does not make them any less a part of it. And so that's the sort of like truth that I'm getting. Like that's the energy of someone that like, what? Like you're in the LGBTQ plus community? Like I never would have guessed. And they're like, yeah, because we're not all the same and we're not all a stereotype. We're different. Not to say anything against the people who are I guess more easily identifiable, right? But it's just that like it's not a one size fits all type thing. Okay, boom, there we go. Oh, what card is this? Do I get one more to clarify this? I'll give it three more. Do I get one more to clarify? I don't know why I'm asking for clarification, but I feel like I should be. Okay, that's a whole bunch. All right, but I'll take them. Bottom of the deck is the Five of Swords, of course. And this Five of Swords is told from the victim's perspective, from the one who has been stepped on, trampled, and bullied for far too long. But honestly, I'm feeling this more as like something that was ignored. Going off of the theme of like some people are less easily identifiable because they don't necessarily check all of your stereotypes based on two cards in reverse. I didn't look at them. Two cards not are face down, two cards face up with this hangman in the middle, which is interesting. But this may be someone who's just kind of sort of flown under the radar. And it's like now they're getting to the space where they don't necessarily want to fly under the radar anymore. And it's not that they weren't honing their truth and honoring their truth. It's just that like they didn't necessarily have to be so outright about it. And the reason why, I guess the reason why I'm like coming at it from that approach is because it's like, so especially with this hangman here, clarifying it. Where's Sabina? What card did she illustrate? I gotta look at these cards. Because if Sabina is on the table, I posted this. I used this deck to pull my card today, and I hashtagged Pride Tarot. And one of the illustrators actually liked my post. I was like, oh my gosh, I actually exist. I'm a real person. And I don't edit my social media behavior to get more likes or to get more subscribers or more followers or whatever. But whenever I get interaction from somebody who I've been following or who has like a following or whatever, I always feel that my existence is validated and that I'm a real life human being because someone liked my post. And it's so like, I'm the type of person, honestly, I have so much Venus in my chart that like vanity isn't one of the deadly sins, but if vanity was a deadly sin, it would be my favorite. There's just something about vanity. Vanity is like my guilty pleasure, even though I'm not really vain at all. There's just something about the energy of vanity that like calls to me. I'm gonna say it's all the Venus in my chart. I have 2 Taurus placements and a Libra placement. Like I'm a Taurus rising, so that's like Venus on my rising, and I'm a Pisces and I have Venus in my 12th house. You know what I mean? Um, what was I talking about? But yeah, she liked my post, and I was like, oh my gosh. So shout out to her. I hope I don't mispronounce your name when I read it, but with this hangman, I feel like someone is coming into this. There's this energy of like other people who are supposed to be on your side looking at you as if like you're not doing enough, right? But with this Knight of Swords, I feel like you don't have to be super loud and super boisterous about what it is that is your truth. Because ultimately, at the end of the day, the way that you live your truth is your decision, it's your choice, right? And while, yes, in this specific deck, with this specific community, there is a sort of, it's not an obligation. There is a sort of social obligation that a lot of people will say that you have, especially if you have a certain position or if you have a platform of a certain size. People love to throw like obligation onto someone else, like, oh, you should be out, you should be doing this, you should be proud, you should be more vocal. Because with you in that position, it allows like doors to open for other people. And like, yes, while that may be true, ultimately at the end of the day, it's like we all have the say over our own life and we all have the ability to embody and express that truth to the level that we want, and not even necessarily like it doesn't even have to be someone hiding, right? It's just like that's not who I am. Like I don't want to constantly be talking about who I'm in a relationship with because that's not who I am. It's not because I'm trying to hide anything, and I don't need to act like I don't need to do this in order for that to be my truth, because my truth is my truth, right? And I feel like that's kind of sort of like where this hangman is sort of coming in. For some reason, I'm feeling like that's like someone else thinking that you're not doing enough. That's someone else thinking that you're not in the space that you need to be in. That's someone else projecting onto you, honestly. And then on the right side is Justice and the Two of Cups. Wow. So the cards that like came out face up, Justice and the Two of Cups. This may be the first time I'm seeing the Two of Cups in this deck. Maybe not, actually. But with Justice and the Two of Cups, I feel like I just heard like sacred truth, which is interesting. And I don't know what that means. I get a feeling of what it means. Sacred truth. And this did come out with the gray dice, right? Of course, the gray dice will bring me some kind of confrontation because that's what I project onto the gray dice. But the one thing that I love about this justice card is like, can you see the sword? 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 Like, here's the card, there's the sword. And I feel like that sort of further exemplifies the fact that, like, the focus here is on the scales instead of the sword. Usually it's like the scales and the sword, but usually the sword is a lot more prominent. And so it's almost like this truth is an accessory to the situation. And this truth isn't the situation. Ooh. Because then that brings up an interesting inter-community sort of argument, right? Where it's like, because on one side it's like, being a part of the LGBTQ plus community is a part of my identity, but it's not all of who I am. And then someone else could be like, yeah, but it's a big part because it influences a lot of your life. And it's like, yeah, it does, but at the same time, it kind of sort of doesn't. Because what it influences is like who I'm attracted to, who I'm married to, maybe if I choose to get married, and who I sleep with. Like, I am so much more than just like who I sleep with. So, like, and then it was like, yeah, but what about like, how you can get married in any state in the US now, but you can get fired in like 30 some states the next day because it's not a protected minority group. And so you can get fired for being a part of the LGBTQ plus community without any sort of like repercussion. And it's like, yeah, but what about this? What about that? What about this injustice? What about that injustice? Like, I know it's not your whole identity, but it's important that you fight for this. And again, I'm not picking a side, either side, because there are merits to both sides of the situation. But this is just the energy of like, with this one issue, it's like who I engage in those activities with is my business and is my prerogative, and it's very private and very intimate to me because I take those relationships very seriously. And so to that person it then becomes like a sacred truth. And like that I don't think this is like that's not the situation, but that's in the ballpark of this kind of sort of energy. And again, I don't know, and I feel like it's not for me to say what this is about because I'm getting a huge like high priestess in reverse, like hush hush type of feeling behind this. And it's not secretive, but it's just like, it's not your business, it's not your prerogative, right? And so, and with this Two of Cups, I feel like that just sort of furthers like the intimacy of the truth of what this is. What's on the other side? On the other side is the Ace of Swords and the Empress. Girl, this may be someone's own internal dilemma. And this may be keeping someone stuck in a certain situation. Maybe this is a person. Why am I talking about a person, girl? Why am I going here? I'm gonna go because it's the gray dice. With the gray dice, all rules out the window. Whatever happens, happens. So I was gonna focus primarily on the self, but since we are dealing with the gray dice, if this is about somebody else, it's about somebody else. There's a certain element of public pressure in this, and there's a certain amount of like a following that someone may have. And so I feel like someone may be in this internal debate about like a connection that they have. Them pricey dice, them pricey dices, just like the karmic cards. Let me stop. But one way to interpret this would be like, let's say there's an element like I was just talking about, getting a like and feeling like I'm alive because someone with a following knows that, like, I posted something on the internet where nothing kind of sort of really matters, but it matters. Um, it's like there could be the energy of someone with like a following, someone with a certain amount of prestige, or someone who feels that they're the center of attention in some way. There you go again. I guess it's that time of year. Um, you were so quiet for so long, though. Now you want to speak up. Does that mean I'm like telling the truth, or does that mean I'm like off? Okay, you getting louder. I don't know what that means. You didn't answer my question. Um, but it's almost like someone has a certain amount of the public eye on them, and there's something that maybe they're trying to come into the space, a certain truth that they're trying to come into the space of integrating. And this is very, very, very big energy on both sides. And I feel like that may be why this person's kind of sort of stuck. Because it's like on one side, it's like this is something intimate, and this isn't something that I necessarily want to share. Like this is something just between the two of us. But on the other side, it's like this is a truth that I want other people to know. Like the Empress with the Ace of Swords, like this is the energy of royal decree. And then this is the energy of like sacred secrets and sacred truths. So we have a sacred truth, and then we have like a royal decree. And someone is in this space of like, which is it? And then there's this Five of Swords here. So maybe someone is like going around trying to get other people's sort of opinions on it. Like, should I say something? Should I not say something? Like, should I go public with this? Should I like keep it on the back? And ultimately, at the end of the day, it looks like there's victory on both sides of the situation. And I feel like this is a perfect representation for the solution to that conundrum. This Knight of Swords that is still, but it's still a Knight of Swords. Still sure, still certain, but it doesn't have to charge in and it doesn't have to rush in. Like, I feel like sometimes the Knight of Swords can be a bit of a crusadery type energy, and if that's a trigger for somebody, I apologize. But that's the best way I can put it. I feel like sometimes the Knight of Swords can be very like, I'm right, you're wrong, and I am prepared to fight you to prove to you how wrong you are. And it's like, whoa, like we can all have our own opinions and we can all have our own ways of doing things. You ain't got to go and fight somebody. Pay the price, dice. But this is the energy of like, I am firm and I am confident in what I believe, and you will not come and change my mind. But feel free to believe whatever you believe. And so I feel like that's the middle ground. There's a middle ground here where one person may feel stuck. And ultimately, at the end of the day, if this is a truth that involves somebody else, talk to that person instead of talking to like everybody else and your mama. You know what I mean? Because now, like, you talking to everybody else and your mama. So now everybody else and they mama know what's going on. Everybody and their mama know what's up. Besides maybe the one person that this could be in relation to. Potentially. I don't know what this is, man. I want to look and see where the title card is, because the title card for me is the Mind Your Business card. and I want to see what's on the two sides of the title card. And I'm gonna turn so y'all can see with me. I don't know why I'm feeling it's so important for folks to see. Not that I necessarily care if y'all believe me or not. Y'all see the cards? Okay, I'm looking for the title card, and there it is right there. So this will be the right side, and this will be the left side. Oops. Oh, wow, it didn't fall on the floor, but it is in reverse now. So it's in reverse now. And here's the title card. Again, Pride Tarot, a collaborative deck. Whenever I have a deck where the title card is like an actual card, I keep it in the deck as my Mind Your Business card, as my Live Your Life and Find Out card, as a I don't know, we'll see card. You know what I mean? Whatever it applies for. And I will say that I'm not going to say it. So on this side, we have the Four of Cups, which I love. And the Four of Cups, you see these two dudes chilling in their boxers at home on the side of this sacred truth where we have this Two of Cups. On the other side, is this the Five of Wands? Yeah. On the other side is the Five of Wands in reverse. And then we have the Five of Swords here. So it did come out upright, but I kind of like slid and it almost fell, but it didn't fall completely, but it did turn in reverse. And so I will say that it seems like this is something that you could very comfortably keep a secret. I don't know what this is or who this is going to resonate for. If this message is for you and you somehow find this, girl, this a you call. And maybe if this involves somebody else, maybe talk to that person. Because it is like, well, now I want to look for the Knight of Wands. Because on the other side, it's like the Five of Wands in reverse. And so the Five of Wands in reverse could be that it's going to be a lot less confrontatious. Is that a word? I don't think so. Contentious is a word. It's going to be a lot less contentious, and there's going to be a lot less confrontation than you think there's going to be. It's almost like you're making a bigger deal out of it than it needs to be. And the Wheel of Fortune was at the bottom of the deck when that Knight of Swords came out. And with the Wheel of Fortune, especially in this deck, it's like you don't know if it's going to spin or turn in a good way or turn in a bad way, right? Because it's always turning. And you ain't necessarily always at the top of the wheel. I guess I will say that, like, I will say that, like, just like this Knight of Swords, be prepared to defend this truth. So if you do put it out there, I don't think it's going to be as poorly received as you fear it may be. This could be like, I don't have to give it a specific because it is what it is. But it's like, be prepared to defend it, but also at the same time, know that you may not have to defend it as much as you fear you may have to. It's like, be prepared for it, but you probably won't have to. And the reason why you want to be prepared for it is because regardless of which decision you make, you want to be sure, like with this Knight of Swords, right? You want to be sure in that decision because you're coming out of this space, coming out of this in-between space. It's like, choose a side. No matter which one you choose, I feel like it's going to be okay. Or no matter which side you choose, you're going to kind of sort of going to have to like live with it in a way. And so the title card didn't come out, but I'm gonna say this is a soul choice. This is a you choice. This is a you thing. My head is starting to hurt, starting to get a little headache, because I'm just like, I feel like somebody is really, really overthinking this, or really thinking about it. Maybe not overthinking about it, but just like, oh, I don't know, what should I do? Should I go forward with this truth? Should I not go forward with this truth? Is this a good idea? Is this a bad idea? I'm like, I don't know, but sometimes you just got to make a decision and be prepared to stick with it. So I have 2 decks left. 2 decks left. 2 decks left. I kind of want to keep a count. So at this point, I'll say 555. I'll say 22. 33. I think actually 333. Or maybe not. No. No. Oh, I can't do that. I know it's 555 222 because I got 5 3 times. No, and then 3 came out. And then I rolled those, and 5 came out first. And then 2 came out. And then 1 came out. So I'll say 555 and 22. Just keeping track of how often these come out. So now I'm randomly going to pick up a bag of dice. And I'm going to see what color I'm re-rolling for. Let's see. This bag is out. You out. You fell out my hands. You out. You fell out my hands. Who else out? You out. You out. Watch it be the gray ones again. I'll do this one and then I'll do this one. Because I think I have 2 more. So the first bag is going to be this one. Let's see what color I'm going for. The color is purple. Love that. Hey, I don't know which purple this is, but it don't matter. What if these are both purple? That would be lit. Because I have 2 purple bags. So, gonna grab. Can I find one of my purples, please? Okay, here we go. Number 7. Okay. Which is tarot? That means the Spirit Keeper's tarot will be last. And what other deck would I want to close this out with? Rather than like the heaviest hitting deck. Oh, maybe I'll try to open up let's open up them Akashic Records. Let's see what the books got to say. This is Librarian number 248910. Seeking access to the records. Let me stop. It's like, what is your personal identification code? It's like, I ain't gonna say that on live. Hello? I'm not trying to get my access revoked. Somebody will steal my library card and go in and cause all kind of havoc, and then y'all be looking at the system thinking it was me. I'm just playing. I talk to myself sometimes. I'm such a weirdo sometimes. But it's also something I've come to appreciate about myself a lot within the past week. I'm like, I'm so weird. Sometimes. Like, who thinks like this? I'm like, oh, I do. I'm like, yeah, I do. And I love it. Okay, what's the topic? What's the topic? Give me a topic. Give me a topic. Oof. Okay. We got a whole bunch of cards that just came out. Y'all can see, right? There we go. I think a whole bunch of cards flipped over. Oh, only 4 cards. Then make sure that's it. Yep. Bottom of the deck is the 10 of Cups in reverse. Ooh. This is the 3rd time, I believe, the 10 of Cups has come out in reverse. Or maybe the 2nd time. This may only be the 2nd time it came out in reverse. So, Tower in reverse again. 9 of Wands in reverse. Ace of Pentacles upright. And the 2 of Pentacles comes out upright again. Lots of juggling, balancing energies. I feel like it's like we're on the brink of we're on the brink of moving our lives into a whole new direction because I feel like the wheel of fortune is turning. This is the place for unique people. If you ain't got no Aquarius placements in your chart, you don't belong here. If you ain't got 11th house placements in your chart, I'm not for you. Sorry, I don't make the rules. I only enforce them. I do make the rules. I make the rules and I enforce them because this is my channel. And I need birth chart receipts. Birth chart receipts. I'm gonna need your social and your birth certificate to verify. Let me stop. I'm just playing. My son is actually in the 11th house. Someone said it makes me a people pleaser, and I see that. I was like, I'm not a people pleaser. I just don't like confrontation. So it leads me to be a people pleaser. So led me to be a people pleaser in the past. That's a past life. I ain't doing that mess no more. But it's like this Ace of Pentacles, right? I picked up all three cards. Knight of Wands in reverse, Ace of Pentacles, Two of Pentacles in reverse. I feel like with this Knight of Wands in reverse, I feel like we've been doing a lot of work. And this Tower in reverse, we've gone through lots and lots and lots of Tower moments in the past. And it's like we've already done the hard work. We've already sort of done the healing. This is what we fought for, but now that we're standing at the brink of getting everything that we want, it's like, okay, this is what you did all the healing for. Now it's just time for you to enter this new space. And you're like a deer in headlights, just like, is it okay for me to accept all of this? Like, is this really mine? Like, it's like, girl, pass it up if you want to. Check out Daily Bite number 13, I believe. I don't remember. The part 2 of, I didn't even put that on this channel, I don't believe. I didn't put it as a Daily Bite. If you go to my legacy channel, Rio Koruk, it's the video titled Fantasy of the Oracle or something like that, part 2. It's the live part. When I was like, let me feel frustrated for you. I have the power to alter timelines. I am feeling the frustration of you passing up that opportunity right now before you pass up that opportunity, so that you don't pass up that opportunity and feel the frustration that I'm feeling for you right now. So feel free to take it. You know, that's what I said in the video. But yeah, I feel like that's the juggling. Someone like, it's almost like you're caught between worlds because you're not going to. That was a bad shuffle. Because you're not. Oh, okay, there we go. Oh, wow. Okay. Bottom of the deck is the 10 of Cups still in reverse. What came out is this 9 of Cups on the side. That is a decision. This is the juggling. This is what this juggling energy does. Like the 2 of Pentacles keeps coming out. So somebody is juggling. They're juggling this world versus that world right now. And it's like, I believe it's like he's more looking in one direction than the other. See how he's looking more in this direction? But he's still hanging on to that pinnacle. Like, you already know what you want, but you're just not letting go of whatever you need to let go of. Maybe you're not letting go. Maybe you're not pursuing it with this 10 of Cups. And with this 4 of Swords behind it, it's like, you know, with that 4 of Swords, it's like being so complacent. I feel like that's the energy of like you getting used to a certain vantage point and you just not letting it go. Someone is not letting it go to pursue what it is that they actually want. And it's like, you've been manifesting this. You've been wishing for this. Are you going to take it? It's on the table. I repeat, the cup is on the table. All you have to do is grab it. Yeah, because the wheel is about to start turning, folks. The wheel is about to start turning. The wheel is turning. Actually, now the wheel is turning. But are you going to claim your reward? Right? It's like people are spiritually attacking themselves now by psyching yourself out of all that you've done. It's like with this Ace of Pentacles, with this trio right here, with the Tower in reverse, the Knight of Wands in reverse, and the Ace of Pentacles. You've gone through these Tower moments in the past. You fought valiantly and brave. Like, this is the one of the few 9 of Pentacles cards where she is not beat up. She is standing fierce and victorious. And she ain't a scratch on her. Scratch where she ain't nobody even lay a finger on her. She handled those towers so beautifully. And like this is like this. That's why the Ace of Pentacles is so big. She gave her spiritual coin weight, and her spiritual coin has enough weight now to purchase her, to afford her this whole new experience. But it's like I could use my spiritual coin to get that pinnacle that I want, or I can use my spiritual coin to get a bunch of dummy prizes. I can get one thing that I really, really, really want, or I can get a million things that I don't really want that much. Really, honestly. And it's like it's it's almost the energy of like someone's like, "Oh, congratulations, you have enough tickets to get the grand prize." And someone's like, "Yeah, but how many of the poppers and bouncy balls and slappy hands can I get? I really like slappy hands. How many slappy hands can I get?" And they're like, "Do you know how hard it is? Like the machines in this place are rigged. Do you know how hard it is to win enough tickets to get the grand prize that everybody wants? That you somehow managed to beat the game. You managed to beat every game in here and get enough tickets to get the grand prize. And you want to know how many slappy hands you can buy?" It's like, yeah, because I love like how the slappy hands like stick to the ceiling and how they stick to the walls, and when they get all gross because they pick up the dead skin and the hair that's like just floating in the air, and you're like, the grand prize, and like, yeah, but like slappy hands, and it's like you can get like a million slappy hands, and like a million slappy hands, oh my gosh, and then the person behind the counter is just like like 10 of cups in reverse. Like with this 10 of cups in reverse, I feel like it's for whoever this resonates for. If you've done the work, if you've done all of the healing that you need to do, and you have like your spiritual coin is heavy enough to buy you not only a whole new world, but you can put them towards like some kind of partnership that is fulfilling. And it's like you're gonna give that up for slappy hands. And yeah, slappy hands are, and I feel like honestly there's this feeling of like whoever's behind the counter, that's probably like an angel or a guide or source or something, right? They're like, if you like slappy hands so much, we're gonna throw in slappy hands into this grand prize because like you worked enough to get everything you want. So if you really like slappy hands, like slappy hands are in the prize. Like you don't have to get a million slappy hands. Like if you want slappy hands, you can take them as part of the prize. And you're just like, you know what? I think I'll just take the slappy hands. And then they're like, ultimately at the end of the day, you're gonna get what you want. But it's like whenever you do something in an app or something, and they're like, "Are you sure you want to do this?" And you're like, "Yes." "Are you really sure you want to do this?" And you're like, "Yes." It's like, if you do this, this decision can't be undone. "Are you sure you want to do this?" And you're like, "Yes." And like, last time, because this can't be undone, "Are you sure you want to do this?" And it's like you're going to click yes, but then something's like, "Wait, are you sure you want to do this? Are you really, 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 really sure you want to pass this up?" I don't know why someone is passing it up. Like that ain't in the cards. All I have a feeling is that like for the folks who did the work, you are standing at the precipice of everything that you wanted. Your spiritual coin has weight. You can cash it in for a lot of physical pinnacles. But if you want to put your spiritual coin towards slappy hands instead of this Ace of Pentacles, then be my guest. Because ultimately, at the end of the day, what you want is what you allow yourself to accept. I'm not even gonna say what you want, because with this Nine of Cups here, sideways, but with this Nine of Cups here, I feel like you actually want the grand prize. If you didn't want the grand prize, you wouldn't have accumulated all of the tickets that you accumulated to get the grand prize. But now that you're able to claim the grand prize, you want to go and see, like, oh, I'm happy with Slappy Hands too. And I know what Slappy Hands are. Maybe the grand prize is like a mystery prize, right? And you're like, ew, what if I just like the Slappy Hands better? I'm just like, ultimately, at the end of the day, it's your life. And you're going to make the decision that you feel worthy of. So you did all of this healing to get you some kind of self-worth. Like, this is how much self-worth you should have. Because that was part of going through these towers and this Nine of Wands in reverse. I feel like with that tower and with that Nine of Wands in reverse, maybe someone thinks they're still in this tower and still trying to like prove their self-worth, but I'm getting a feeling that I've been on here for like 3.5 hours. Girl, I told y'all I can go. I shouldn't have been answering no questions. Let me stop. But I feel like it's like you've already done it. Like, your spiritual coin has rate. Like, congratulations, you've been doing what it is you're supposed to be doing, and you're in a space to claim everything that you want. But if you don't claim it, you don't claim it. I can only hold a window open. I can only hold a door open. I can't force anybody to walk through a door. And like, you've already opened this door for yourself. So why is this on top of this? You already opened that door for yourself. So I don't know why. Um, I don't know. I don't know. It's your life. Do what you're gonna do. I ain't even ate yet. My mama texted me that dinner was ready like 2 hours ago. It is what it is. And it ain't gonna change. This is an all upright deck. Clarifying that, I'm going to be using the Spirit Keeper Tarot to wrap it up. I'm not going to roll the dice because it's the last deck I have on the table. If you're new to me, and I would say if you're new to this channel, but everyone's new to this channel because this channel is new. But if you're new to me, I can go for a while sometimes. If you got to step out, if you don't watch the whole video in its totality, it's cool. It's fine. I understand. You ain't got to. If you stick with me, thanks for sticking with me. I appreciate it. Oh, wow. Like, oh, y'all really gonna step away from this, ain't y'all? Ace of Chalices, Holy Water, the Magician. Like, you've manifested that big old cup and the peace and the serenity that it come with that dove. I'm literally so slow sometimes that, like, literally today, I was literally just like, did I see doves in London? Because I was like, did y'all know that doves are just white pigeons? And I was like, I saw white pigeons when I was in London. And then I was like, wait, some of those could have been doves. I saw some doves. And there was this one dove just like walking on the ground, just like chilling. When I think we were coming out of Winter Wonderland or something. And it was just like walking on the ground. I'm like, wow, you just like one of us, ain't you? Some folks don't know a dove when they see one. I guess I'm one of them folks. So, hey. Oh, of course, of course, of course. Cutting to the Eight of Cups, the defector, but the Six of Swords, the ferryman is right there too. So someone is finally walking away. So now I'm starting to get hungry. I'm starting to feel the hunger now. Okay, what's the topic at hand? SKT, what y'all want to talk about? This is the one chance for y'all to get as deep as y'all want to be. Y'all want me for an hour? Y'all can have me for an hour. 2 hours, 3 hours. I yelled at the ancestors, so I'm ready to put in the work. I'm just playing. What am I talking about? What y'all got for me? What y'all got for me? Cutting to the healer and the erudite? The healer and the erudite. That's the energy of the star and the hermit. Okay. Oop. What y'all got for me? 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 What y'all got? I don't know why I feel like dancing now. Like raving, like partying. Like, man, these angels, like these spirits must be lit. Like, yeah, it's time to celebrate because hey, some of y'all done finally did the gosh darn thing, and some of y'all is ready to really step up in some areas. And we know like y'all are gonna do it. So I just got the warm and fuzzies. I feel all cuddly on the inside. I love it. The initiate. Bottom of the deck is the Archangel of Mysteries. The initiate and the Archangel of Mysteries. It is time. It is time. That's what this card is saying. This card is saying it is time. Like right now. Like yesterday, but now it's fine. It's time. And if you're asking me, what is it time for? Time for what? You ain't supposed to know. But for the people who needed to know, if you needed to know if it was time yet, cutting to the gardener and the healer, like the time for you sitting back and just meditating about it, the time for you to sit back and just think about it, it's over. Like the healer is here, the star is there. It's like it's time. It is time. It is time. It's time. What is it's time? What is time? Toki? Ima. Ima, just now. It's Japanese. Ima. Now. What other languages do I know? I don't know no other languages. I'm sorry. It's time. I'm not even gonna ask what it's time for. I honestly feel like I can shut this down here. I was getting those party vibes. I'm getting those rave vibes. Doing the funky chicken. Oh yes, I love that energy. And then the initiate comes out. It's time. And like the initiate is like the super, like the hyper fool, right? And this card, the initiate, is like you ain't even at the ledge yet necessarily, but it's time to take that leap. And like you have a guardian down there. No, he down there. There he is. You got this little guardian down there to accompany you along the journey. But it's time. Like just go ahead and do it. It's like a band-aid. Just rip it off. You're gonna be guarded. You're gonna be protected. You're gonna be fine. You're gonna be. Then there's that Eight of Cups again. There's that Eight of Cups again. I've been seeing that Eight of Cups so much. Is there something that y'all want to clarify this way? Is there something that y'all want to say? For the folks asking, what is it time for? Is there any information for the folks who don't know what time it is? For the folks who, let me stop. For the folks who need to know what time it is, can I get a watch? Can I get a clock? Can I get a sundial? Can I get a computer? Can I get a cell phone? Can I get a bell tower? Can I get something? If it doesn't give me anything in 7 pools, I'm just going to stop. That's 1. That's 2. 3. Oof. 4. 5. I would just stop now because they said just stop, but I'm going to keep going. 6. Last one. 7. Nope. It's time. That's it. Bottom of the deck is the Defector, 8 of Cups. It's time. Especially if you've already decided. If you have already decided, it's time. I don't know who that's for, but I don't know if it resonates for somebody. If somebody was like, "How do I know what time it is?" It's time. What if I'm not far enough away from those 8 cups? Psych yourself out of it if you want to. Delay it, prolong it, miss the boat if you want. If you want, you can miss it. You can do anything you want. It's your life. You can do anything you want. All right. I believe I'm going to shut this down here. I don't need to make this any longer. Thank you, Miyoshi, for coming in. Thank you, Miriam and Flower Child, for coming in. I appreciate it. Also, thank you, Miyoshi, for giving me the phone 1-1 on why folks was coming into the room, because I was like, "What's this about?" I was not expecting this. Oh my gosh! Look at this! Look at this! Y'all see that? Can you see that? You see the color? It's the gray dice. That's the gray dice. The gray dice was the second bag that was in my hands, but I didn't end up using the dice because I only had one deck left. And I was almost like, oh, I'm going to pick it and see how long it takes to give me number 8 or to give me number 6. I'm going to see how long it takes me to give number 6. Them gray dice probably would have never gave me 6. Them, wow. I mean, I said 6, SIX. Them gray dice ain't giving it up. Let me stop. I had a feeling. I was like, it's gonna be that. It's gonna be that great bag. I know it. I know it's gonna be that great bag. And I was like, you know what? Let me not even mess with the dice because I only got one deck left. And hey, Miyoshi. Since you've stuck with me this whole time, you can pick a number 1 through 8 if you want some generals. And if you want to see if I pick anything up, you can pick a number 1 through 8 if you want. Or if you want to let the dice decide, I can also let the dice decide. It's up to you. These. Nope. I believe it's these. Yes, this color is so beautiful. Hey, Treese. Well, welcome. I'm actually about to shut it down. But hello. Let the dice. Oh, and I got this blue color in my hand too. I believe. These are gorgeous. These are gorgeous. Gorgeous. Wait, are these the green ones? Hold up. Is this a mixed bag? Do I have one green set in here with the blue ones? Hold on, wait. Because they look green. These are the green ones. Girl, I was like, in the camera, they look green. Why do they look like that? I'm doing pretty good, Treese. How are you? I hope you're doing well. And if you're not doing well, I hope you're doing as well as you can. That sounded weird. I hope you're doing well. So you're actually going to be getting the green ones. And I literally just put it back in the bag. Why did I do that? You're going to be getting the green ones. And the green is the color of the heart chakra. So if the color green signifies anything for you, then if the green signifies anything for you, then that's your color. I thought it was blue. I'm sorry. When I held it up to the camera, I'm like, those look green. Because they were green. So if you was confused by a green blue situation, I was too. Here we go. Okay. All right. So I'm gonna go with the green ones. I'm gonna go with the green ones. With the green ones. With the green ones. Maybe you're gonna be a singer. Let me stop. Let me stop. Let me stop. Let me. I'm feeling so good. I was so tired before I came on, but I was like, you know what? I'm gonna just do it. Okay, for Miyoshi with the green dice. What y'all got? Which deck? Which deck should I go to? Number 2, which is the Kawaiis. Okay. Honestly, I was not expecting these. I was not expecting the I gotta take these out the box. I worked so hard to put them back in the box. Well, they're like, well, you shouldn't have put them back in the box. Who told you to put them back in the box? That was your choice. Like, you're right. That was my choice. That was my choice. Straight up. This is 6. So this is 5. I'm gonna put these back in the bag. This is 6. Oh my gosh. I'm gonna just set this to the side for now. Okay. Oh, I want to do this different. Hey, Miyoshi, pick a side. I'm gonna put these over here, and I'm gonna put these over here. Left or right? You can say left or right, or you can say Kawaii or 78. And these came out, and this is the bottom of the deck. Don't know. I don't know why I'm saying pick a side, but pick a side. For some reason, I'm being felt called to do these separately. Oh my goodness. Oh, I said I wasn't gonna look. Oh, and I looked. I ain't look, but I think I looked enough. Okay, what is this side? Oh, okay. Oh, wow. Yeah, I'll take both of those. This is the bottom, and then a card fell on the floor. So I'm going to grab this. Oh, oof. Girl. I'm sorry for the oof. Don't interpret the oof as anything. The oof was extra. So, ooh, that went way high. And that's kind of low. So, since you picked the right side, I'm going to start on the left side. On the left side is the Four of Swords and the Two of Pentacles. And so I guess this will be the topic, right? So the Four of Swords and the Two of Pentacles is, I feel like this is the energy of like you kind of sort of like, it's like you getting complacent juggling. And it's like there's this energy of like, you see how there's one higher than the other. It feels like this, oh girl, I ain't trying to read you. I'm sorry. I should have just did this later. But it feels like I don't want to say your self-worth, but your self-worth is what's coming to my mind. So instead of saying your self-worth, I'm going to say the value of your spiritual coin. I feel like the value of your spiritual coin is inflating and deflating. It's like it's going up, it's going down, it's going up, it's going down. And there's almost this level of begrudged acceptance of that. No, God bless. I know, but I'm also trying to be like, respectful. But it's like the value of your spiritual coin is going up and down. It may not even be just self-worth, because I feel like in some ways, yes, but in some ways it's like there are other things at play too. So it's acceptable to extrapolate it back to just the value of your spiritual coin in general, with your self-worth being a sort of like part of that. But there's this level of like begrudged acceptance of what it is. Like it's gonna go up and it's gonna go down, it's gonna go up and it's gonna go down, and it's annoying, but that's just how it is. And it almost feels like it's because, I mean, you kind of sort of already talked about it, but it's like this energy of like it's like Icarus. It brings the story of Icarus to mind. I don't know where your Icarus is. I mean, I feel like Icarus is always in Aquarius, so I don't even know why I said that. But it almost brings to mind the story of Icarus. But it's like you telling yourself that you're flying too high. And so it's like whenever you catch a good vibe, it's like you ride that to the top. And whenever you get so close to the sun, it's like this fear of your wings melting kicks in. And then instead of allowing yourself to continue to rise, you instead choose to fall. It's like you're choosing to fall so that you don't run the risk of your wings melting and you falling. But it's not like you falling. It's just like you slow down and then you rise again and then you slow down. There's like this ceiling that almost you've kind of sort of imposed on yourself. It's in a way you've imposed this ceiling on yourself, but also it is influenced by other people at the same time, right? It's like Daedalus told Icarus, like Daedalus warned Icarus, like don't fly too high, right? But Icarus was like, "Ooh, I can fly. I'm gonna touch the sun." And Daedalus warned him, and he chose not to listen to that warning. And the wax, like the heat from the sun, melted the wax that held his wings together, and they melted, and then he fell. He plummeted, right? And so, like, there's a certain amount of like other people, other situations telling you to like play to this level and don't go above that. And I feel like there's this like begrudged acceptance to do that. At the bottom of this half of the deck is this magician. There it is this magician. And I've gotten this magician card for you before. I remember I got the sun and I got the magician because I was like, oh, 19 and 1. The only thing missing is the Wheel of Fortune. And then the Wheel of Fortune came out later, right? But it's like with this Four of Swords and with this Two of Pentacles being under this magician at the bottom of the deck, I feel like that is not putting you in a space to manifest what it is that you actually want. It's kind of sort of like putting you in a space to keep. It's almost like when you it's almost like this energy of like wishing on a shooting star to see another shooting star. And then when you see another shooting star, you make another wish to see another shooting star. And then you wish for another shooting star. And you wish for another shooting star. And so it's like you're manifesting things to wish for instead of just like it's an energy of like, I'm not ready yet. So give me another chance. I'm not ready yet. So give me another window. I'm not ready yet. So like, not yet. I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet. But it's like, so when are you going to take up the mantle and like get ready? But I mean, at the same time, I feel like over here though, on this side, things are looking pretty fantastic. So that's on like that's the left side. That's kind of sort of like how I was doing it. Like this is sort of the area, and now let's see what's up, right? So that's kind of sort of the area. Um, there's this like inflation deflation cycle that you kind of sort of run through, where you're feeling good and then you're not, and then you're feeling good and then you're not, and then you're feeling good and then you're not. On this side is what's this? So you got 2 cards in reverse and 2 cards upright. And I thought this was an all upright deck, but it might not be. Let me check and see. It looks like this is, in fact, an all upright deck still. So you managed to get 2 cards in reverse in my all upright deck. It's fine. It happens. Yeah, these are still all upright. I was like, wait, I thought these were all upright. Oh, wow. Wow, that's interesting. So at the top of this deck, okay. So I already pulled the card at the bottom, but on the right side is the side that you chose. So the Lovers is on the bottom of the deck. the Lovers. And then the top three cards, you have the Queen of Pentacles, the Queen of Cups, and this High Priestess. The Queen of Pentacles, the Queen of Cups, and then the High Priestess. With the Lovers at the bottom of the deck. Like two queens and the High Priestess. Now, what you do have is you have this Ace of Pentacles and this Chariot. You got the Ace of Pentacles and the Chariot. Ace of Pentacles came out again. I just had the Ace of Pentacles. And then the Two of Pentacles, of course, came out again because the Two of Pentacles been coming out all night. Apparently, it's a Two of Pentacles type of night. And then you have this Chariot. And so, and let the, what's that, the Sun? Okay. For some reason, like, this Chariot brought this Magician to mind, even though that's the sun above the Chariot and two little stars, and then this like a star and then two stars. It calls this Magician to mind, right? And so it's like you have the opportunity to really turn the wheel. Wow, you have an opportunity to turn the wheel. A lot of times the Wheel of Fortune turns itself. Unfortunately, or fortunately, because honestly, I feel like everyone's kind of sort of in this space, honestly. I don't think the Wheel of Fortune, like, the Wheel of Fortune is turning for everybody, but at the same time, I feel like it's not moving itself. It's going to require a decision and it's going to require effort on everyone's part, right? To lean into the healing that we've sort of been doing and to continue to manifest in that direction. Because I feel like a lot of things that we've been manifesting, a lot of folks, comes with a price. And the price of it is the healing that we needed to do to be worthy of receiving it, right? So I feel like with the Chariot and with the Ace of Pentacles, you can turn the wheel. However, the two cards in reverse, you have the Seven of Pentacles in reverse and you have the Emperor in reverse. And I never necessarily feel it that way. But I feel like with that Emperor in reverse, I feel like that Emperor can be... Ooh, the Emperor in reverse is a masculine energy. And like this is probably stuff that you already know. Decision, sigh. This is stuff that you probably already know. But I feel like that Emperor in reverse is a masculine energy in reverse that plays out through multiple people. Bottom of this deck is Judgment. Ooh, Judgment. Look at that. Bottom of the deck is Judgment. So that was a very weak tongue pop. So, like, Judgment is upright. I feel like, oh, wow. I feel like there's a certain amount of cleansing and healing that you have been asking for, that you've been petitioning for. And there's this restorative, rejuvenating energy that is all around you, that is trying to come in and it's trying to clear these blockages. It's like it's trying to jumpstart it. It's trying to give you a jump, but you have to hold the spark, right? It's almost like you have to pick up the cables on your end to receive that jump. Because, you know, I don't know if you've ever jumped a car, but my ex roomie had battery problems. And so we had to figure it out. But it's like, if you don't, it has to be grounded. You have to ground it and you have to connect it to something, right? You got to do both. And it's like you have a power source on the other side that's trying to jump you, trying to jump your system and give you this like reboot and this restart. But you have to hold on to it, and you also have to ground it at the same time. And so and it's like the reason why you ground it is to give that negative channel a place to go. It's almost like you're putting it in a box, or you're moving it out of the way to clear up space in the area that you actually want to move things into. And so it's not necessarily like banishing it or getting rid of it altogether, but it's like giving it its own space. It's like when you have a kid that is just like super messy. And so you're like, okay, instead of you messing up the whole house, I'll give you this little piece of this room where you can go in, you can go wild, you can go crazy, you can do whatever you want in that space. But as long as you stay in that space, like we ain't got no problems. Because it's a lot easier to clean one space than it is to clean the entire house every single time, like your kid isn't asleep or eating, right? And so it feels like there's also a part of you that wants to feel like it has a place and wants to feel like it has a space. And maybe there's a part of you that like actively, I don't want to say actively rebels, but it's like it fights it because it almost feels like there's this part of you that like is afraid of healing because it almost feels that like it's not going to have a place in you anymore, or it's not going to have a space. And so it's like it actively fights that. And it's kind of weird, but it's like, oof, it's heavy. It's extremely heavy, and I ain't getting into it because this is not like, I feel like if this was a one-on-one, like personal, private, unlisted upload, I would like dig all the way into this and maybe even cry because I'm feeling like some very, very, very heavy emotions just as far as like being able to find a space and being able to find a place and being able to find acceptance and love and security. But it almost feels like a part of you that was or is that still feels so neglected that never was able to experience really any kind of love. And I feel like a lot of times when we do healing on ourselves, when we do personal healing, it's all about, or one of the huge focuses can be giving those parts of ourselves love and giving them a space and giving them permission to exist and permission to be as they are. Um, and I feel like that may be the part, because like you have the magician over here. And so I feel like that it's almost like this energy of like there's a part of you manifesting things that you don't even know about, and it's your shadow. Um, it's like you're manifesting, and then like your shadow is also manifesting in a way. And I guess it kind of sort of works like that for everybody, but I've never thought of it that way until now. And so that's kind of sort of what your shadow's manifesting. Because I feel like with this Emperor in reverse and with the Seven of Pentacles in reverse, it's like just bad seeds. It's like bad seeds. You're getting bad seeds, or you've got bad seeds in the past and you planted them and you got bad crops. And I feel like this judgment is like, it's like sounding the alarm. I feel like with that Judgment card, it's like you've been putting out assistance. It's like this, I don't want to say SOS, but it feels like this SOS that you've been putting out on some unconscious level, maybe, or some conscious level, honestly, some conscious and unconscious level. You've been putting this SOS out, and it's like your assistance is here, Your Highness. Your assistance is, I mean, I guess I did just see two queens. So it's like, your assistance is here, Your Highness. But you gotta like let them into the gate. You gotta drop the bridge. You have to tell the guards, okay, escort them in, let them in, you know? But it's like you're like, where are they? Where are they? Why aren't they here? And then like you gotta let them in. Right. And I feel like that's part of the energy that is trying to sort of come in and trying to assist you. And it's directing you in some ways. And so if there's some little piece of a healing practice that you may need to integrate, now may be the time to do that, because you got the Chariot and this Ace of Pentacles. And I feel like that Chariot and Ace of Pentacles energy is very, very, very swift. And it's like it's ready to start whenever you are. But on your side, you have the Two of Pentacles and the Four of Swords. So the Two of Pentacles typically is juggling, and the Four of Swords is like being at peace. It's like not moving. It's like mentally staying in the spot that you're in. But healing practice, I mean, when I say healing practice, I don't necessarily mean right? Because sometimes you say stuff and it turns into stuff that you ain't even know. I don't necessarily mean like a practice. I mean, like if there's something that you know that you should be doing to get a little bit of that healing, maybe do it. Who are the queens? Girl, well, I don't necessarily always feel the queens as different people. I was just like, oh, there's two queens and the high priestess at the top of the deck. What's that about? I don't know, girl. You got some feminine energies supporting while this masculine energy is in reverse. That's all I know. Um, but yeah, I guess if I had to say one thing, I would say that, like, judging by our conversation sometimes, I feel like you've been putting out a call and you've been getting assistance. It may not have come in the way where like they take care of everything and they do everything for you, but you've been heard, you've not been ignored, and like the folks who can help are helping. But that's kind of sort of what I got for you. I feel like I was like, just like, this is your situation. Um, but again, like moving forward, sometimes you just like need to make a decision and you need to really be on it. Because a lot of times what'll happen is like whenever we know that we're supposed to do something, we'll find ways to get distracted. It's like we'll be tired, we'll procrastinate, we'll look for these very specific time windows when there are some things that you can kind of sort of start whenever. Right now is as good a time as any to do this, because I feel like with this Chariot, it's like something is quick approaching and you want to be ready when this thing comes. And to be ready when this thing comes, there's the certain thing that needs to be healed. You know what I mean? No problem. You're welcome. Excuse me. Oop. Why all these cards keep trying to go out in reverse? Five of Cups and the Ten of Swords. Oof. All right. But yeah, just do it. Do the darn thing. Just do it. I am going to pull you two last cards because I got to put these away anyway. And it'll be the top to the decks. So on Miyoshi's side, what can she do to get this moving? Three more, and then I'll pull from the middle. Two more. One more. Boom. This is what you can do. Ooh, Seven of Wands. Bottom of the deck is the Three of Pentacles. I feel like that's somebody you can work with. That may be family that you can work with for some reason. I don't know. I feel like there are certain things, and you may have done this before, but it's like there are certain things that, especially if a dynamic isn't unique to one person in the family, I guess I should say, it's like you can pull your resources together and maybe try to like uh, pull your resources together and help each other. Because I feel like it's like once you find out how to heal a certain thing or how to break a certain pattern, then it's like you may naturally share it with other people. And so if there's some family that you have that maybe you can work with to sort of give you strength or to maybe process the situation with you, then it's possible. But that Seven of Wands, ultimately, at the end of the day, is like you have the advantage when it comes to this, right? Like you've done enough where you're going to be successful in this. You have the advantage again, but you still got to do something, right? It's like you're coming off that fresh off that victory and feeling like high off the rush of a battle well fought. And in that space where like you feel like you can do anything. Maybe you don't feel like you can do anything, but maybe you should get into that space of feeling like you can do anything and conquer anything because you've come so far, right? It's like you come way too far to be stopped now. Girl, what do you mean you don't know? I'm gonna send you a message. Maybe it ain't, maybe it is, but I'm gonna send you a message. See, I feel like the things I feel like you may have to change your approach a little bit. Because again, it's almost like it's not that you're asking the wrong question, but I feel like potentially, right? I feel like it's like you're going to the right place, but you may be choosing a route that's slower, right? It's like you're choosing to take like you're driving through cities instead of like staying on the freeway. And so you're gonna hit these spots where like speed limit is 30, speed limit is like 10 because you pass through like school zones or whatever. Then there's like all these railroad crossings that you go through when it's like you could choose a more direct route, right? And so I feel like, and it's very understandable. I feel like there's a piece of you that may be trying to understand where maybe you just need to learn how to accept, right? If you know what I mean. Does that make sense? Because it's not that like you necessarily need to build a whole narrative and build a character profile. It's almost like you're trying to fill a silhouette, but like you don't have to do that because ultimately at the end of the day, like all you have to do is learn how to be there for you, right? You don't need to get all the details. You don't need to put the picture together. You don't need anybody else outside of you to tell you something, to say a word, to get you to where you need to be. Yeah, exactly. But sometimes it's like our natures can sort of like act against us, or our natures can be used not as like traps. It could just like it could slow us down in ways, right? And I can be like very like I need to know what's well. Part of me can be like I need to know what's up. Well, I never need to know. Part of me can be like I want to know what's up, but sometimes another part of me is just like it is what it is, and me knowing isn't going to change the situation. Me knowing isn't going to get me any closer to the healing that I need to do. Me accepting it for what it was will. Me learning to be there for myself and hold myself and love myself regardless of what happened will. And I don't need someone else's perspective. I don't need someone else's side of a situation to pick myself up. Because ultimately, at the end of the day, all anybody else can offer me is words. It's still going to be up to me to do that healing anyway. And it's like there's this sort of like way that we go about closure a lot of times where like we seek closure outside of ourselves. And sometimes it's like we're seeking it from people who can't give it to us. But it's like you can always give it to yourself, or you can learn how to give it to yourself, or you can just heal it, accept it. Just learn to accept it more so than like trying to explain it, right? And I feel like that'll get you closer to where you're going quicker. But I mean, I understand that there is a very human part of like wanting to know at the same time. And so, but you may find that it's the case that you only sort of get that information after you've already healed. You know what I mean? It could play out that way, especially if this healing is to serve as like a teaching moment for you. And if it is this learning point on your path, like it's necessary for you to do this before you move forward, right? It's almost like no shortcuts, no easy way out type of energy. Okay. All right. Oh, there we go. Ace of Wands. Ooh. Okay. Ace of Wands with the Eight of Cups at the bottom of the deck. Eight of Cups again with the Ace of Wands. There we go. At the bottom of this half, at least. And I feel like with the Ace of Wands, like even though you may really, 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 really want it, and that's why I was saying like there are certain directions. It's like the love and the care and the compassion and the kindness and the understanding that you can give to someone else and their situation, even when you don't necessarily like know how to give it to yourself. Sometimes us giving it to someone else is enough for us to begin to approach the space of knowing how to do it for ourselves. And that's why I was like, something it may be easier or more beneficial for you to start at this point and for you to start doing it here. Because even though you know more information in that situation, it's not about the information that you know. Because at the end of the day, words and facts don't change how you feel. Words and facts don't fill voids, right? That's like for the people who have parents who are always working. Like if you know that they're at work, if you know that they're working hard to put food on the table and to keep bills paid and to keep clothes on your back and shoes on your feet, it's like, okay, like I know that this is what's up, but I still miss having that person there. I still like can't form this bond that I want to form. So the knowledge of the situation, knowing what's happening, doesn't do anything to fill that void. And it never will, because that's not what their words are intended to do. They can be a sort of trigger and they can be their sort of like jumping point to allow that to begin to happen, but it doesn't do anything in and of itself. And I feel like that's where a lot of the love from self kind of sort of comes in, and the love from self comes in again. The love from self comes in, and the love from self comes in, and then the love from self comes in. And once you get enough love from self coming in and coming in and coming in, then it begins to allow things to repair themselves and to heal, right? And so that's why it's like, there's a certain way that you can go about it where you sort of do that and where you do this. But at the end of the day, I feel like it's almost like this roundabout detour type of way. And that's why I said like there are some ways that are quicker to get there than others. And so, yeah, it's like sometimes you have to sit with someone else through their trauma to begin to understand and process your own. And it also helps when you comfort someone else, because I feel like whenever you comfort someone else from a place of genuine compassion, there are all of these truths that come from within you that you honestly believe. And then you're like, wait, if this is applicable in their situation, and if this is how I feel for them, and if this is the way that I comfort them when they feel this, let me then take that and apply it to myself. Because a lot of times when we comfort someone else, or not a lot of times, but sometimes when we comfort someone else, we say things that we believe that are true. Some people lie to people, but we say things that we believe are true that will help them through it. Right. And then it's like, we can turn that around for us. But yeah, that's what I got for you. I guess I shouldn't be surprised that that's what came out because, again, I feel like it's something that's very, very pivotal, key, and important in getting you to move forward and in getting you to sort of stop doing this like juggling, balancing thing. Because I feel like if you have that invisible ceiling there, you're only going to allow yourself to go so high, right? Because you can only fly as high as the heaviest weight that you have attached to you, right? If you got an anvil attached to your sort of like hot air balloon, it kind of sort of doesn't matter how much air you put in the balloon. It's like you need to ditch the anvil. You need to toss out sandbags if you want to go higher. Like you may be able to get a little bit higher if you turn up the heat, but if you drop sandbags, you'll get much, much higher, much quicker. Ooh, that scared me. All right, I'm gonna shut this down here. It's been 4 hours and 15 minutes. Can you believe it? I can. All right, thank y'all for stopping by. I'm gonna catch y'all's later. I know you're gonna say thank you, so you're welcome. I'm gonna shut this down and get something to eat because the food was done hours ago.